Good evening, everyone. First off, I'd like to acknowledge that land we live, learn, work, and play is Treaty 8 territory, traditional lands of Korean Dene, and unceded territory of the Métis people. If everyone in attendance wishes to address council on any of the agenda items, please register before the start of that item. You'll have 5 minutes to present. Please remain on topic, and please remain seated after for questions. Before we adopt the agenda, I understand Councillor Van de Castian has a few notices of motion. Go ahead, Councillor Van de Castian.
Thank you, Mayor. I, Councillor Van de Castian, hereby serve notice of my intent to bring forward the following motion for Council's consideration at the May 19th Council meeting. Whereas Council has demonstrated an ongoing commitment to supporting safe, inclusive, and accessible outdoor recreation opportunities that enhance community well-being and quality of life for residents of all ages, and whereas Gregor Lake Estates currently does not have a designated outdoor public space intended for passive community use or informal community gatherings, and whereas the development of a shared gathering area can strengthen social connections, enhance community identity, and support long-term livability for residents, and whereas modest amenities such as picnic tables, fire pits, and similar features can provide a meaningful recreation value while supporting safe and regulated and appropriate land use. Therefore, be it resolved, administration be directed to explore the feasibility of developing an outdoor designated passive use community gathering area in Gregor Lake Estates, including consideration of potential locations, design options, safety and fire prevention measures, environmental impacts, estimated costs, and opportunities for community engagement, and that administration report the findings to Council on or before October 13th, 2026 Council meeting. Next. I, Councillor Kyle Van de Castian, hereby give notice of my intent to bring forward the following motion for Council's consideration at the May 19th, 2026 Special Council meeting in Anzac. Whereas Council has demonstrated an ongoing commitment to supporting safe, inclusive, and accessible outdoor recreation opportunities that enhance quality of life for residents of all ages, and whereas structured and purpose-built recreation facilities can help promote responsible use, reduce informal and unsafe activities, and support community safety. Whereas the community of Anzac has a strong interest in outdoor motorized recreational activities. Therefore, be it resolved that administration be directed to explore the feasibility of developing a dirt bike track in Anzac, including considerations related to location, safety standards, community interest, and operation, environmental impacts, and potential costs. And that administration report back to Council on or before October 13th Council meeting. I, Councillor Kyle Van de Castian, hereby give notice of my intent to bring forward the following motion for Council's consideration May 19th, 2026 Special Council meeting. Whereas the municipality currently maintains a formal policy and service standards for urban ice and snow control, and whereas there is no equivalent of policy that clearly defines service levels, priorities, or expectations for ice and snow control in rural communities, and whereas development of a rural ice and snow control policy would support consistent service delivery and informed decision making, therefore be it resolved that administration be directed to develop a rural ice and snow control policy informed by engagement with rural residents and benchmarking against practices in comparable municipalities, and to report back to Council with policy options, service level considerations, and associated resource implications on or before October 13th, 2026 Council meeting. Last but not least, I, Councillor Kyle Van de Castian, hereby give notice of my intent to bring forward the following motion for Council's consideration at the May 19th Special Council meeting in Anzac. Whereas rural communities require safe and accessible emergency landing spaces for air ambulance services. Whereas Transport Canada compliant helipads would improve emergency response time, operational safety, and support Hero and other medical transport providers. Therefore, be it resolved that administration include design and construction of helipads in rural communities in the region in the 2027 proposed budget, and that the project be informed by engagement with potential users of the helipads, and that administration report back to Council on this matter on or before October 13th, 2026 Council meeting.
Are you done? Thanks. Councillor Scott, would you like to make a motion to adopt the amended agenda?
So I'm going to amend the agenda as well, but let's start with the amendment. So I move that the agenda be amended by removing item 9.4, the Urban Snow and Ice Control Program Policy Review, and moving it to June 9th, 2026, and renumbering the remainder of the agenda accordingly. And then I move that the agenda be adopted as revised by that motion.
Thank you. And thanks for the second, Councillor Vardy. We'll call for a vote. Councillor Marcel online. In favor, thank you. That's carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone. And also have another vote for council that council waive the notice of requirements as outlined in section 66 of the procedure bylaw and add provincial response highway 63, the new agenda item number 9.1, that the agenda be adopted as amended. Thanks for the second, Councillor Boussier. We'll call for a vote. Online, Councillor Marcel. Oh, thank you. In favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone. Move on to consent agenda. Does anyone wish to remove any items from the consent agenda? Hearing none, can I have someone make that motion? Councillor Van de Castian.
So moved.
Thanks for a second, Councillor Brandt. I'll call for a vote. Councillor Marcel in favor, thank you. That's carried unanimously. Thanks, everyone. And before I get into proclamations, I just want to recognize today is National Day of Mourning for workers that were lost in the workplace due to injury and other occupational hazards. I want to thank the CEO for attending, Councillor Cardinal, Councillor Brandt at the memorial at Howard Pugh Park. I also want to recognize all the RMWB staff that attended, so thank you for that. Another quick mention, April 23rd and 24th. I just want to recognize all the municipality employees that went above and beyond to help our residents that were stranded on Highway 63. So thank you for going above and beyond of what your regular duties are at the RMWB. The first proclamation this evening is International Dance Day, whereas International Dance was established in 1982 by the International Dance Committee of the UNESCO International Theatre Institute, and whereas International Dance Day is recognized around the world as a day to celebrate the art form of dancing, including in this region. Whereas dance is experienced in many different ways through movement, culture, and freedom of expression, and is seen on stage, in theatre, on television, in film, and through digital media. Whereas the region is home to a thriving and vibrant dance community, now therefore I, Sandy Bowman, Mayor of the Regional Municipality of Buffalo, to hereby proclaim April 29th, 2026 as International Dance Day. And fitting for this community at this time, it's also Emergency Preparedness Week. That proclamation reads, whereas emergency preparedness is a shared responsibility that involves all levels of government, community organizations, and everyone in this region. Whereas by understanding the risks specific to our region, such as wildfires and floods, and taking proactive steps to prepare, we strengthen our collective resilience and ensure the safety of our families and communities. And whereas Emergency Preparedness Week is a national awareness initiative that encourages Canadians to take 3 simple steps to become better prepared for an emergency: know the risks, make a plan, and build a kit. And whereas the municipality remains committed to providing residents with the resources and information necessary to protect themselves. And whereas the 2026 theme, Know the Risks, Plan, Prepare, Prevent, serves as a call to action for everyone to update or review their emergency plans and remain informed. Now, therefore, I, Sandy Bowman, Mayor of the Regional Municipality of Buffalo, do hereby proclaim May 3rd to 9th, 2026 as Emergency Preparedness Week. Victims and Survivors of Crime Week. Whereas Victims and Survivors of Crime Week is recognized in Canada every May, and this year representing the 21st anniversary. And whereas when a crime happens, it impacts more than one person, including affected family and community members. And whereas victims and survivors of crime, their families and loved ones deserve support from their community and to have a strong voice in criminal justice system. Whereas many victim service providers, law enforcement agencies, and people working in the criminal justice system assist victims and survivors of crime and their families. And whereas Victims and Survivors of Crime Week and this year's theme, Empowering Resilience, will help promote greater understanding of victim issues. Therefore, I, Sandy Bowman, Mayor of the Regional Municipality of Buffalo, proclaim May 10th to 16th, 2026 as Victims and Survivors of Crime Week. And I also want to mention, just quickly before we get into our agenda, that just for local residents watching here, with the rising water at the river right now, to really focus on informed places to get information from. One of those being our social media, rmwb.ca /river break. Those there, another good app on, you can, Alberta AB Rivers, an app on your phone will show you the rising and the areas that where the river's backed up, but really rely on good resources. Those ones the RMW provides those updates. Those are the latest. When you see an update, that's the latest there is on what's going on. There's nothing new since that's gone on. And stay away from the rivers. I can't say that enough. Over the last 24 hours, we've seen people, pets, kids down by the riverside. When that river moves, if you've been in Fort McMurray very long, you know when there's something happens, there's chunks of ice the size of cars that are thrown. So stay away from the river's edge. Moving on to presentations, we have a Downtown Revitalization Advisory Committee Annual Progress Report. I'd like to invite Brandon Fleury to present, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Brandon Fleury, Chair of Wood Buffalo Downtown Revitalization Advisory Committee, or for those who shorten it up, DRAC. And thank you for the opportunity to provide a brief update. Again, I'll highlight the key progresses, what we're seeing on the ground, and what we see opportunities with the committee moving forward. The committee serves in an advisory role, bringing forward business and community perspectives, and our focus is on how decisions impact the real-world experience of downtown. Things like access, safety, and overall confidence. Since 2022, the committee has been focused on supporting the implementation of 15 core priorities aligned with 4 key areas, which are beautification, placemaking, safety, and pedestrian friendliness. These priorities remain highly relevant and continue to align with broader municipal objectives. That said, one of the opportunities we've identified is the need to evolve how success is measured. Moving forward, there is value in introducing clearer performance metrics, such as vacancy reduction, investment levels, and overall usage, to better understand and track the long-term impact of revitalization efforts. The highlights you'll see today reflect strong collaboration between the committee and administration. These are not isolated projects, but rather layered investments that are beginning to work together to create a visible change in the downtown core. This kind of coordinated approach is critical, as revitalization is most effective when improvements build on one another and contribute to a broader sense of momentum and confidence in the area. Kiam Community Park is a strong example of the type of transformation the committee has been advocating for. It reflects a meaningful investment in the public realm and demonstrates the potential of underutilized space when it is thoughtfully redeveloped. This project aligns closely with the committee's focus on placemaking and creating spaces that encourage people to spend time in the downtown core. Today, the park has become a high-quality multi-purpose space that is being used and enjoyed by the community. It has hosted events such as Mural Fest, Ignite, live music, cultural programming, to name a few, along with seasonal and family-focused activities. This is exactly the type of asset that contributes to vibrancy and helps bring people back into the downtown area in a positive fashion. The opportunity now is activation. Consistent programming, whether that be markets, events, regular use, will be key to making this a true anchor space in the downtown. The Downtown Policing Office is a positive step towards improving visibility and perception of safety. Moving forward, consistency of presence and stronger integration into the community will be important to maximize its impact. The Downtown Revitalization Incentives Program, or DRIP for short, continues to be one of the most impactful tools supporting revitalization efforts. Biggs Avenue is a strong example of how coordinated investment can transform an area. What we are seeing is not just individual building improvements, but a collective shift in how the street looks and feels. Across downtown, we're seeing steady improvements, murals, facades, and small upgrades that collectively improve perception. This kind of visible progress is key to long-term revitalization. Administration continues to bring forward key initiatives and emerging priorities, which is essential to keeping the committee informed and engaged. These include Highway 63 beautification, seasonal flood mitigation, ongoing DRIP updates, Land Use Bylaw Part 9, and other downtown-focused initiatives. Of these, Highway 63 remains a significant area of concern. While it falls outside of the committee's direct mandate, it is one of the primary gateways into the downtown and plays a critical role in shaping the first impressions. The committee has previously expressed concerns regarding current maintenance and beautification standards throughout that corridor and remains supportive of efforts to enhance this corridor. As we move into the busier spring and summer months, the condition of these spaces becomes even more important, and continued collaboration on this front will be key to supporting broader revitalization efforts. So, once again, thank you for your time and attention today, of course. We appreciate the opportunity as a committee to share some of the work that we've been doing behind the scenes. And we look forward to continuing to support and the advancement of downtown core. We've seen a lot of great things over the past few years and understand that DRIP was again approved back in March for phase 3, so 1.7 million. And thank you again to the council and to Mayor Bowman and administration, of course.
Thank you, Brent. Thanks for your presentation and update. I'm very interested in the part about the beautification of Highway 63. So council will probably look for your guidance on what you see there, and we'll work on advocating to be able to take over that stretch to the community, because that definitely is, like you said, kind of an eyesore coming into town, and we've addressed that a few times, but it's out of our scope to touch that area. But I think working together, we can probably get something moving here relatively quick.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor Bowman. And we do recognize that going into our next set of priorities, because our 2022 to 26 priorities are soon expiring. So this is a great segue for other endeavors as well.
Excellent. So great to hear. Thank you so much for what you're doing. Councillor Scott?
Yeah, I just want to say good job. Well done. What do you recommend as far as Highway 63 goes? As far as I can tell, the province has been a total failure on Highway 63 as exhibited by recent events. So what would you suggest as far as beautification of Highway 63?
Well, thank you, Councillor, for your comments, and through the chair to your question. I think the important factor is that we need to grab them by the ear first, and we need to help the government of Alberta understand that this is a key corridor and that it is, no pun intended, a pipeline through our community that we need to ensure is beautified and welcoming those who come to visit the town.
Yeah, I've often thought that we may just want to take it over ourselves and clean it up and send Devin Dreeshen the bill. He's the Minister of Transportation. And, they may not like it, but if there's an absolute failure to enter and look after things that they're responsible for, then somebody needs to look after it, and they're leaving it to us. So that's my suggestion. We could hire a lot of summer students, look after it, send Devin Dreesen the bill, and say, you should be responsible for this, as in many other things. So I don't think we should just let it go.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Does Council have any other questions? I'm not seeing any. Thanks, Brandon.
Thank you.
Moving into item 9.1, the provincial response Highway 63. If council has no objections, I'm going to remain seated here instead of getting up with all my paperwork. The motion reads that I, the mayor, be authorized on behalf of council to initiate an investigation into the provincial response and maintenance of Highway 63 leading up to the events of April 23rd and 24th. Thanks for the second, Councillor Vardy. Councillor Scott?
Thanks, Mayor. And I just have a friendly amendment to make to that. And Jade already has it, and I know you're already aware of it, which would be added to the end, that any investigation initiated pursuant to this motion include a written report, and that the resulting report be presented at council, and the report shall include actionable recommendations, and further that the final report be formally delivered to the Minister of Transportation and the Premier of Alberta, with a request for a written response outlining the actions the province will take to address the findings and prevent a reoccurrence of the issues identified.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. I accept those changes. Good. Perfect. Does council have any questions, comments, or debate points? I'll call for a vote. In favor online? Thank you, Councillor Marcel. Okay, thank you, Councillor Cardinal. And that's carried unanimously. Thanks, everyone. I think this just highlights, as we just talked about, the upkeep of Highway 63 coming in town. This is just another case of neglect of that highway. If this had happened on Highway 2, QE2, there's no way they would have left that many motorists on the highway for that amount of time. So I think this just highlights why we need to hold the province responsible for the contractors they hire. Next up, we have a report on 2025 audited consolidated financial statements. I'd like to invite Corporate Services to introduce the report, please.
I wasn't gonna. I wasn't gonna go through this one again. No. Just the pillars. Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Lori Farquharson, Chief Financial Officer, and with me is Rachel Orser, Controller. We also have representatives from Deloitte LLP. To my left, Andrew Geary, and then Brendan Love. These who represent the team that provided the external audit of the consolidated financial statements. I'll be providing you with an overview of the consolidated position, followed by Deloitte's findings. For awareness, the consolidated information presented this evening includes the financial position of the RMWB and our controlled entities, which are Wood Buffalo Housing, the Regional Recreation Corporation, Wood Buffalo Library, Wood Buffalo Economic Development Corporation, and the financial statements of the Wood Buffalo Arctic Winter Games Society. This consolidation with the RMWB is referred to as the municipality for the purposes of this report. The financial asset position of the municipality as of December 31st, 2025 was $1,516 million compared to $1,408 million last year. The $108.5 million increase from the prior year is the net impact of an increase in cash and cash equivalents and portfolio investments, offset by a decrease in taxes and grants in lieu, trade, and other receivables. The changes in financial assets include the total financial liabilities of the municipality as of December 31st, 2025, which were $282 million, a decrease of $7.6 million compared to last year. The decrease in financial liabilities is the result of lower accounts payable and accrued liabilities, deferred revenue, long-term debt, offset by an increase in employee benefit obligations and the asset retirement obligation. The changes in liabilities include the municipality's total revenue collected as of December 31st, 2025, which was $735.3 million, representing an increase of $50 million compared to last year. Most of this increase is attributable to an additional $47.4 million in net taxes available for municipal purposes, driven by higher municipal tax collections and an adjustment to the assessment correction provision. For the expenses, the municipality recognizes as of December 31st, 2025, $688.5 million, representing an increase of $3.3 million compared to last year. This net increase is related to minor increases and decreases in most expense categories. The Deloitte representatives will now provide an overview of the audit findings, which will be on a presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Council. My name is Andrew Geary, partner with Deloitte, and I'm happy to present the results of our audit for this year. So we've conducted our audit in accordance with Canadian generally accepted auditing standards. We've audited the consolidated financial statements that Laurie has referenced for the year ended December 31, 2025, those statements being prepared in accordance with Canadian public sector accounting standards. We can confirm that we are independent with respect to the RMWB in accordance with the rules of professional conduct of the Chartered Professional Accountants of Alberta. We expect to be in a position to render our audit opinion following approval of the statements by Mayor and members of Council, receipt of the signed administration representation letter, and completion of subsequent events review up to the date of the approval of the statements, which should be today. In conducting our audit, our materiality was $29.2 million based on expenditures, with a $1.4 million reporting threshold for any errors we found. Our significant risk areas in planning the audit were the administration override of controls, the presumed risk of fraud related to revenue recognition, and the existence, completeness, classification, and valuation of tangible capital assets. In our view, the consolidated financial statements are free of material errors and omissions, and any omitted disclosures are inconsequential. The audit included a consideration of internal control relevant to the preparation of the statements in order to design our audit procedures, and not for the purpose of expressing an opinion on the effectiveness of internal control. Having said that, we did not identify any significant deficiencies in internal control that we need to communicate to yourselves and that impacted the audit. We do have a number of minor suggestions and recommendations for improvements that we have communicated to administration. Happy to take any questions on our audit. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Just a quick question to start off. The $1.4 million threshold, is that normal and for industry standards for an organization this big?
To the Mayor, so it's actually a bit lower than, normal practice would be for it to be 5% of materiality is usually the threshold. We've actually kept it, even as materiality's increased year on year, as the expenditures of the municipality have increased year on year. We've actually held it at 1.4 for a few years now, in response to a recommendation from council, I can't, 2 or 3 years ago.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Does council have any other questions? Councillor Lance Boussier.
Thank you, Mayor. Through the chair to the presenters. I have 2 questions. One, I'm not sure if you'll be able to respond, but I guess the first question, what do you see as our 3 biggest financial risks that may not appear in the balance sheet, but that could affect us in the next 3 years or in our term?
To the Councillor Boussier through chair. So our audit is not focused on that kind of risk. Our audit is focused on the risk of material misstatements. So that's not something that's within the scope of our engagement as auditors. However, if you're asking me personally,
Yes.
I think, like everywhere in the world, the volatility that we face because of global events, and particularly for this region and the reliance on the oil sands, clearly anything that impacts that is a risk. I think over the years that I've been present at council, I think, and having been part of this through the fire and the floods and COVID, is sustaining a healthy population and continuing to grow the population here. Any community that's not growing in population is dying. So I would suggest that. You wanted 3?
No, 2 is good, I guess.
2 is okay?
Unless you have a third one.
I think, again, just drawing on my history and what we've seen from the environment, the risk, I think you're overexposed to some of those risks here, given where you're situated. So I think anything around being prepared for those, which used to be 1 in 100 year events, and I'm not sure they are anymore. I think anything around being prepared for what's next would be very important.
Okay. And the second question may be outside of your scope, but I'm hoping you can provide an opinion. And I'll go back to September of 2024 when you were called to come during audit and finance debate. And I didn't get to ask you the question there for whatever reason. I didn't. But I guess I'm just looking for your take on, I guess, the absence of a robust audit and finance committee. I mean, certainly it is coming forward with Councillor Mike Allen and Van de Kast and Wago, but we didn't have a robust audit and finance committee for many years for whatever reason. It was the interim CEO that pushed for it. And I guess what's your opinion on not having one in a $6 to $7 billion organization?
Yeah, happy to answer through the chair. I think there's benefits to having an audit and finance committee. So an audit and finance committee is a subcommittee of council. What it enables you to do is select those councillors who are most of converse in financial and most financially literate to focus to have focused efforts to review your financial statements and to look into matters of the financial performance of the municipality and the policies and procedures. So I think the advantage, the benefit is it gives that focused time of a smaller group to spend more time on those important factors. Regardless of whether you have one or not, you as council are those charged with governance, so you have a responsibility to understand the financial statements and ultimately approve them to be issued. So that doesn't go away, that doesn't change, it's just how you do that. And that's the benefit of having an audit finance committee. It doesn't mean you can't achieve what you need to achieve without one.
But if you're absent of one, does that make good sense?
I would say best practice would be to have an audit and finance committee because of the advantages that I just mentioned. However, as long as council is fulfilling its role as those charged with governance, then that's the important thing.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Boussier. Councillor Boussier-Luana.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you for the presentation. I actually have lots of questions, but I guess for me, I can't see in here, like when you remove all of the accounting adjustments and the non-cash items, I can't see where the operational variance is. And to understand, like I see that it was projected that we would have $167 million, 167.8 surplus, but our actual surplus was only 46 million. I saw that we transferred 37.5 million from reserves into operations. So I'm trying to understand how we get a handle on this is the budget because the budget that was proposed was 521.9 million, but they came in at 688.5 million. So I'm trying to understand where the variance is between what is departmental budgets and what they come in at. And I don't know how to figure that out. I don't see it here.
So through the mayor to Councillor Boussier, I'll certainly look to administration further, but from an accounting perspective, the budget that is presented here is an operating cash budget. Mm-hmm. The financial statements are not.
Correct.
So there is no comparison. We're required to do it under the accounting standards, but it's comparing apples to oranges. So there is no direct explanation. What you would need to do is you would need a presentation from administration on what the differences between the cash budget are and the accounting standards financial statements.
So lots of audits give the variance, right? Like there's other audits that you say this is the budget and they'll look at different line items and give, I don't mean each specific line item, but when we're, like I know Lori has said before we're balanced, or I don't know what the word used it, but we're moving money out of reserves into operations that can't be best practice. Like, if you have a budget, how do we know the variance and how do you verify that what is being claimed or projected, like, we're way off? And I get all the non-cash stuff and tangible capital assets, I understand all that, but operationally, we're not close.
Through the chair. So I can't answer that because I don't look at that. You're comparing apples to oranges in these financial statements. So these financial statements will not answer that question you're asking. And I can't answer that question you're asking because I audit the financial statements.
Right.
So I would pass the question to administration on how you would like to help council understand how you compared an actual performance against budget.
Through the chair to Councillor Bussière, we will be coming forward to council at the end of May and providing you with the Q4 statements, the Q4 fiscal performance, but that will only be for RMWB. It won't be for the consolidated statements. But we do have a reconciliation that will walk you through what all those adjustments were for. And with respect to transfers to transfers from the reserves, that is generally for either carry forwards from prior years or it's capital. We're moving money over to fund the capital. So we'll be able to answer most of those questions when we present at the end of May.
It wasn't capital. I took out the capital if I was doing my math properly. Those other entities that you talked about, Wood Buffalo, Housing, RRC, all of those.
Yep.
They're technically ours, right? So where do we account for that? Like if they go sideways, every expense is on us as a municipality, correct?
Correct.
So where is that in here that we're taking that in consideration? I know the MGA doesn't require us to, but where is that? Like, how do we know we're taking care of that? Wood Buffalo Housing, for example, the big debt, right? So how do we know we're watching for that or prepared for that?
Through the chair to the question, Deloitte also does an audit of Wood Buffalo Housing.
Right.
So they have audited all of those entities and consolidated it here. If there were concerns, I would expect if there were financial concerns, a going concern for each one of those entities, that would have been a part of their audit findings. So we would see their we have separate reports for each one of those entities. We focus on the consolidation.
Yeah, I get that. But I'm saying when we're looking at our overall financial position, if we're not taking that into consideration, how prepared are we? Because it looks like on the books, we have a ton of money and we hear that all the time. And I know we're a privileged region, but we have like a ton is tied up. It's tied up in capital projects. It's our capital assets. It's all that. If I did my math right, it's like there's like about $82 million that's actually only unrestricted. Am I reading that right?
Through the chair to the question, I can't answer that. I'm not sure what calculations you've made. I know what's unrestricted for RMWB. There is a lot of debt that when you look at Wood Buffalo Housing, they have several mortgages. It's over $20 million. I can't remember the exact dollar value. 26.6 million is the balance of their debt.
Right.
I understand that they are managing quite well. We are not needing to provide them with any funding, and they have sufficient revenue to manage their debt obligations on a monthly basis.
Okay. But to the 82 million in unrestricted, is that correct?
I'm not
We're
sure.
not as flush as
I'm
we
not
look,
sure.
basically, in terms of unrestricted dollars.
Through the chair, I will need to go back and have a closer look at that. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
That's it for now.
Thanks, Councillor Bussière. Councillor Van de Castian.
Thank you, Mayor. This question, I think, to Laura, actually, to, I guess, both of you. For our doubtful accounts, so 2024, we had 39 million in bad debt, and that grew to 46.5 2025. I imagine a lot of that's from a couple defunct sites that we have out there. At what point do we write that off? Do we just say she's done and get it off the books, or are we carrying that forward as a liability?
Through the chair to the question, that is a very good question, and you're correct. It's one company that has gone insolvent. We are working with legal on that. I'm not sure the timing of at which point we would write that off, but we do have funds set aside to address that liability.
Okay, is that growth just interest on the bad debt?
Correct.
Okay, that's all I got. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Van de Castian. Councillor Boussier.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And through the chair to the presenters. And again, I'm not sure if you can answer this, Andrew, but do you audit organizations or cities that have the amortization and depreciation built into their budget? And the reason I ask, and I've always had this issue with us. We budgeted to make 167. We missed it by 120 million, 46. And then we chalk it up to amortization or depreciation. Is there no reason that we can't have those in the budget when we do our budget, so we're comparing? I mean, the public hold us, here's my issue. The one thing that we're supposed to do well is steward the budget. So we have a budget that we approve, and then we get the audited, and it's like we missed by 120 some million. Last year it was the same. So is there no reason we can't have that built in? Like, just looking at unless you can explain to me, and I'll pick on road, streets, walks, and lighting. We budgeted 29 million. You told us it was 75 million. Water supply and distribution, we budget 32. You tell us it's 70. Those are just two examples. So can you explain the delta or the difference?
I believe it's the amortization.
So what's wrong with, can we not have the amortization in the budget in December?
So the current accounting standards say no. They say you have to include the budget as it was approved by council.
Can council do a budget with amortization and depreciation already built in when we do it like last year? Is there anything preventing, like when I look at Edmonton and other cities, the budget I look at, it looks like councils approves a budget with that built in. And then you can adhere to it during the year.
I don't audit the other cities. The standard says the budget as approved. So I'm not sure on the answer to that question. Could you present the budget differently through your processes to include it? I'm not sure. That'd be a question for administration. What I will say is there is a change to the accounting standards coming, where you will be able to present a budget in your financial statements that is on the same basis as the accounting standards. So it will match, and then you may include in a note further into the statements a reconciliation between what you've presented in your financial statements as a budget and the budget that was approved by council. That standard is coming next year after, years ending after April 1, 26. So for you, it'd be your 2027 financial statements.
So if, through the chair, so Andrew.
But I would pass the administration if there is an opportunity. I'm not sure what the specific rules around preparing the budget are, if there's anything in the Act that would prevent you from doing that.
Through the chair to the question, I'm not clear on the MGA, but what I can say is the amortization value is 152 million. So if council would like to include that in the budget, you are going to be taxing taxpayers for that $150 million budget. That is one of the main reasons why we do not budget for amortization. It's a non-cash expenditure, and budget is a cash expenditure as it stands today.
Right. No, I understand. And I mean, I look at Edmonton and Calgary and I try to wonder how they're going to explain their failures as non-cash items when their whole bunch of their infrastructure failed. And I guess, so how do you explain to the public, I guess, Lori, when you look at this, and I use two examples that, you know, we miss road streets by $46 million. You just tell the person it's amortization or depreciation?
Through the chair to the question, all I can do is speak to the facts, and for the majority of those adjustments, it is amortization. And we, as I mentioned earlier, we will have a comprehensive reconciliation that will take you from the RMWB financials to what we saw as a final for Q4, and reconciling it back to the financial statement presentation.
Okay. Just one other question, and I don't know if it's to Andrew or to Lori, or maybe it's to our CEO. Do we have a policy that obligates our Part 9 corporations to be transparent? Because some of the Part 9s, I won't pick on any one particular, but it takes a lot of effort to find their audited financial statements. Like, you have to work at it, and some of them don't publish in a timely fashion. So I don't know who wants to answer that, but is it a policy or bylaw that we need to bring forward?
Through the chair to the question, I'm not sure on policy today that exists, so I'll answer that I don't know. Happy to go and look for a policy that may exist to support that. But yes, as a Part 9 and a member of our region, I would expect that all audited financials come back through the RMWB for you.
Okay.
If I may add, if I may add, Deloitte has done the audit on all of our Part 9s. We do receive that information. If they are not publicly posting it, we can certainly rectify that.
Okay. Well, I think that's certainly something, if it takes a motion to bring that forward, but I think we should publish the Part 9s. I mean, the airport does a very good job, but
Actually, I think you brought that up last year, Councillor Boussier, and we were told that they are supposed to post them on their websites, because you brought this up last year.
yeah.
Yeah.
I was just, okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Boussier. Councillor Boussier, Luana?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I don't know if it's for Lori or the auditors. We've heard a lot since being elected about working on our asset management, and does our amortization strategy, I don't know if you guys look at that, or does it truly reflect the cost of replacing? Like, are we getting better at doing that? I think, Lori, you said back in November maybe that there was lots of room to grow around that. Have steps been taken so that it's more truly reflective of the replacement costs?
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier, there's a few questions in there.
Yep, sorry.
No, that's great. So to speak to the amortization, what you're seeing for amortization expense is the original value to produce the asset, which would be extrapolated over the life of the asset.
Right.
So that has nothing to do with asset management. Where asset management is concerned, we are looking at what is a long-term trajectory of where we need to renew, replace, rehab, and be able to put into a position where we bring a capital budget forward to say we need to make sure we have X dollars over the next 10 to 20 years to replace those assets.
Right.
Yeah.
So, but are we putting enough aside? Like no, we're not?
No, definitely not.
Okay.
Not at this point in time. We're still in the infancy of data collection. We believe that based on initial assessment that we're about $70 million short in deficiency just with our vertical infrastructure. But again, we're still gathering all of the data, and we hope to bring forward a proposal soon to council on how we can better get a handle on the long-term budgeting and program development for our assets.
So if today we get a new ladder truck, say, are we doing that like moving forward? We're just catching up on all of our old assets, making sure that we're getting money put aside to replace them. We know how much it's going to cost. As an asset comes in, Are we doing that accurately now?
Through the chair to the question, I believe that the area of fleet, RES included, that they have a pretty good handle on that. There's a lot of different asset categories. What ends up coming forward to council, though, isn't necessarily a long-term plan. Usually with fleet, it's like, this is what we need now. They might have an idea of what they need for the next 10 years, but we haven't been looking at it from an overall program perspective and, saying for the next 10 years, we know we're going to need X number, $100 million. We just look at it year by year, right? It's not even for 3 to 5 years when it comes to fleet. Even though the planning might be prepared, we haven't come to a place where we're doing that multi-year budgeting that we talked about.
But I'm correct, that's our goal?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, well, it'll be a presentation to council for their consideration, but that is the goal, yes.
Like to get the tools and whatever we need to be there?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Boussier. Councillor Allen?
Thank you, Your Worship, through the chair. And first of all, I'm going to just say thank you very much, Laurie, to you and your team and to all of our directors and our teams. And I don't know, maybe Andrew can even comment on it, but as far as I know, we're one of the few, if not one of the only municipalities in the province that has no debt as a corporation, not speaking for our subsidiaries. And that's very normal. Yeah, we paid that off, yeah. But where I see, and I just got triggered on this from something that Councillor Boussier-Luana had mentioned earlier, and understanding that it is a consolidated statement. I look forward to seeing the Q4 for just the municipality. Is our revenues budgeted versus actual from 2024 are very consistent. Where I see the anomaly is in our budgeted expense. And I feel a little bit out of place because I wasn't part of the budget process for 2026. But it's significantly lower than what we were the previous year. So, it looks like key points are municipal. So, roads, streets, walks, lighting, wastewater treatment, and water supply and distribution. Those are sort of the key areas where they're significantly lower than what the actuals were the year before. And our actuals in 25 are not far off from what they were in 2024. So I'm just wondering if it was our budget maybe just off a bit on the expense side, because it shows that we should be significantly higher for a surplus as opposed to what we ended up with.
Through the chair to the question, I think there's also a couple of questions in there, so I'm going to speak to it, and please let me know if I'm speaking incorrectly or answering your question. The observation was under some of the expense functions, we're seeing a significant change year over year between 2024 through to 2025. Mm-hmm. And then on the second part of that is that the actual expenses incurred are higher than budget. So that's attributed to two reasons. The budget that's reflected under the functions doesn't have the amortization expense included within it. But then when we're looking at 2025 to 2024, there has been a bit of a realignment and reorganization of staff. And as we looked at that group, that changed the functions and where they report through to.
Okay, so it's just the budget that didn't have the amortization. It's maybe I misunderstood that when you were speaking with Councillor Lance-Boussier. Okay, it just seems odd for me to see a budget that much lower than what the actuals were.
Mm-hmm. Through the chair to Councillor Allen, over the past 2 years, there's been significant movement with reorganization, and we tried to keep up with moving budget along with business units or individual cost centers, and it was a huge challenge for the finance team. But what you're seeing is a result of trying to level out where the expenses and budget should be, and it didn't in all cases. The budget didn't in all cases move along.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Well, I guess maybe I'll have a better handle on it this year for next. But no, I appreciate the responses, and I'll just watch for that because it's that's where the anomaly strikes me, is in the budget for the expense side of 2025. Yeah. Okay. And Andrew, just I guess a quick comment. Our financial health as a municipality. How would you gauge that? I mean, I know we're a specialized municipality, we're unique, but we have a much larger budget than most cities our size, or a town that would be 100,000 people. Financial health?
I would echo what you say. I think you're in an envious position compared to other municipalities in Canada, never mind Alberta. So.
Good. Thank you. I know quite often when we ask the province for something, they come back to us and say, well, just buy it yourself, you got money.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Councillor Bussier, Lance?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And just a comment before I ask Lori something. I think it's important to note, yeah, we are healthy, but we also used to get $1 billion a year in revenue, and now we're down to 500 million. So that's a significant drop when you're trying to manage your funds. So I think we need to be aware of that. Lori, I apologize. I didn't get all what you said about if we add amortization, we have to tax for it or something in the budget? If next year we wanted to do it? I apologize. I missed what you had said.
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier, that's correct. If we look at the expenses this year, the total amortization expense recorded in the financial statements was approximately $150 million. In order for us to add an amortization budget into the budget process, we would need an additional $150 million, which we'd either have to tax our taxpayers more, we'd have to increase the tax rate, or we'd have to draw that from reserves. But essentially, you're going to have to tax for that additional $150 million.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bussier. Councillor Scott?
Thanks for that. I'll just ask a very quick leading question following up on some of the comments made by my colleague, Councillor Allen, who was part of the council that paid off the debt we had at the time, and I think was reluctant to take credit for it. But is it fair to say that we are in excellent financial health? And whoever wants to answer can, or if you want to revise that statement, feel free.
So to Councillor Scott through the chair. So our role is to tell you that the statements reflect your financial position accurately. Having said that, to Councillor Allen's point, your balance sheet and your income statement compare favorably with other municipalities. I'm not sure I can add much more than that. So,
Your mic's off, Don.
Accountants speak for yes.
I guess so, yeah.
Through the chair to the question, I believe we are in a very good, my professional opinion is we are in a good financial position, but I do caution council in that, eventually it's going to catch up. We've put a lot of money into our infrastructure. We've got billions of dollars in infrastructure, and we're still in the infancy of identifying what our needs are for asset management as a whole. And I think as we start to build out that program and realize, and it's all going to, it's going to come back to council as what are our service levels, how many community centers, are we going to take over the roads, are we going to bail out certain agencies that require assistance. I think you mentioned the airport earlier. They're not a Part 9, just for clarity for public awareness, but the money that we have left available, we do need to be responsible for what is in our area of responsibility. But we're here to help, and yes, we're in decent financial position.
Okay, go, Lance. You shut your mic off and back on? Okay. Did you have a second question to that, or you want to go to
Well, I was just going to ask, we're talking about our financial situation. So what is our actual unrestricted cash flow right now? Well, if we don't know, how can we comment that we're in a good, that's what I'm asking. So what's our unrestricted cash right now? So it's hard to say we're in a good financial position. We don't know what our unrestricted amounts are. That's it.
Councillor Boussier, Luana?
Sorry. Lori, when we talk about our financial position, what is your professional opinion? You talk about taxing our taxpayers. So we just keep putting millions and millions and millions into projects and all these things, which are going to take 15, 20 years to build. So really, it's the taxpayers of today footing the bill for people of tomorrow. So they're getting all of these amenities, let's say, and they're not responsible for them. Do you have a professional opinion on, regardless of our financial position, maybe paying for something, taking out a loan so that it's not all on the taxpayers of today and it's paying for it over time?
Through the chair to the question, I'm not clear on exactly what you're asking. Are you talking about some form of a levy that would be placed in a particular community to pay for something that they've wanted?
I'm talking about, we don't ever take out loans to pay for things. We just use the money we have. So it's the citizens of today that are paying for these big expenses versus he's nodding. He knows what I'm saying. You're like this. You know what I'm saying, right? Well, you're nodding. So maybe you can explain to her in your language what I'm trying to say. I'm just trying to say it's the taxpayers of today that are footing the bill for these huge budgets versus amortizing it over time, taking out a loan, and my kids paying for more of it than I am. That's what I'm saying.
Through the chair to the question, and the Deloitte team is more than welcome to add their opinion. Right now, citizens are quite frankly paying for the decisions that were made in prior years. Because we've got ongoing capital projects that have been on the books for a long time. Money's been set aside for them, but cash flowing in the future to address these existing projects will be the current taxpayers. As far as the future goes, because of the money that we have in investments, we're making more money investing our dollars than it would be silly to go out and borrow the money, right? I guess I just contradicted myself.
You did. And actually, I would like to point out, I noticed the change in investments was really significant over the last few years, so that was fantastic. Okay, I'm just wondering, I'd like my kids to pay for things, not me.
That's a pipe dream, Councillor. That's a pipe dream. Thanks, Councillor Luana. Can I have someone make the motion? Councillor Van de Kesteren.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that the 2025 audited consolidated financial statements for the regional municipality of Wood Buffalo for the year ending December 31st, 2025 be accepted as information.
Thank you, Councillor Van de Kesteren. Thank you, Councillor Brand, for the second. Does Council have any comments, questions, or debate points? Not seeing any. I'll call for a vote. Councillor, do you want to vote? Your question?
Through the chair to the chair, there is a second motion that we have to have for the process, that mayor and one councillor be authorized to sign the 2025 audited financial statements on behalf of council.
Do you want to read the whole thing, Councillor Van de Kesteren? You're up.
I didn't clean my glasses today. Second part to that, mayor and one councillor be authorized to sign the 2025 audited consolidated financial statements on behalf of council.
Thank you, Councillor Van de Kesteren. Councillor online, Councillor Weigel and Councillor Marcel. In favor? Thank you. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thanks for the presentation. Thank you, Andrew. Now moving to public hearing for bylaw number 26/008, land use bylaw amendment for part of NW-24-88-9-4 and SW-25-88-9-4 being depositioned, TLC 2400001. Before declaring the public hearing open, I'm going to give a quick overview of the process. I'll declare the public hearing open, followed by an introduction of the item by administration and questions from council. Following that, there'll be here opening statements from the applicant, then move into written submissions and hear verbal submissions from any speakers present, followed by questions of council. To conclude, we'll hear closing statements and the hearing will be declared closed. I hereby declare the public hearing open at 6:19 p.m. I'd like to invite Planning Development Services to provide an introduction and opening statement, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Amanda Owens, Director of Planning and Development, and with me this evening is Azela Contreras, our Manager of Planning and Development, and Phyllis Agmang, Planner 2 with our team. Today, I am presenting an amendment to the Land Use Bylaw number 26001 on behalf of an applicant to add resort facility and retail general as discretionary uses within the Urban Expansion District for 1015 Sapre Creek Trail, formerly known as Highway 69. This land is provincially owned and leased by the applicant for recreational purposes. Historically, the site operated as the rodeo grounds, which closed after the 2016 wildfire. The subject property is zoned Urban Expansion District and has 2 active development permits today. One for an outdoor recreation facility riding stable, which permits recreational activities without overnight accommodation or retail uses. And the second one is for temporary buildings or structures, which allows the applicant to store cabins on the site but not occupy them. If approved, this amendment this evening will allow the applicant to revive the lands with a low-impact, environmentally sensitive, year-round recreational opportunity aligned with the previous site activities. This will include overnight guest accommodation and on-site retail activities that complement the resort and wellness experience. The site has a pre-existing access road connecting to a 4-lane portion of the Sapre Creek Trail. The development engineering team has confirmed there are no existing traffic concerns for the site. The 2025 average annual daily traffic on this road is 2,391 vehicles per day, and the highway's capacity is around 5,000 vehicles per day. Future development may require an intersection analysis to assess the impacts on Sapre Creek Trail if the development intensity warrants it. The proposed amendment is consistent with the Municipal Development Plan and Highway 69 Clearwater River Valley Area Structure Plan. The MDP supports tourism-related development, economic diversification, active and outdoor recreation activities, and encourages collaboration with the province to support cabin-style or cottage-oriented recreational development in our region. The 69 Clearwater ASP, approved 26 years ago, identifies these lands as existing parks and recreation and reference the area as a riding stable. This is in alignment with the proposed activity for the site. The amendment before you was circulated to internal and external stakeholders, including the Airport Authority, Alberta Environment, and adjacent landowners within a 2-kilometer radius. Administration received 1 written submission in opposition and 1 in support. The applicant also hosted a public information session where no concerns were received. This concludes our presentation, and in closing, we would like to add that administration supports the proposed amendment before you. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. Excellent presentation because you answered every question I had. Perfect. moving on. Councilor Vardy?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, through the chair. Amanda, the one that was opposed, what was the context of it? Why were they opposed to it?
Through the chair to Councillor Vardy, the opposing comment that was received was basically expressing the fact that, in the opinion, the proposed use is not compatible with the land use of that district.
Thank you. And it's my understanding that it's really in line with what was previously there.
That's correct.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Vardy. Does Councilor have any other questions? I'm not seeing any, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next is the opening comments from the applicant. Sarah and Kyle Reed. Just say your name for the record and
You gotta turn it on.
turn it back on, Kyle.
Kyle Reed.
Good evening, Mayor and councillors. My name is Sarah Reed. I'm a longtime resident of Fort McMurray for the past 19 years, the owner of Fairytale Wellness and Reed Ranch. Throughout that time, I've seen firsthand the need for equine wellness facilities and just a place where you can go and have that real country experience. The inspiration for this dream comes from my own experience. After losing everything in the fire, having our second child born just 3 months later, it definitely threw me for a loop mentally. During that period, horses are always important to me, but they became extra important, being home with small child and baby, rebuilding, just being out in the backyard with my horses was really important for me, and I felt the benefits of that connection. My kids struggle, especially with school. With that can come a lot of negativity. One day, one of my kids was riding one of our horses, and as he rode toward me, I was taking a video of him, and he said, "For once, I feel good." And as a parent, it really breaks your heart, when your kid doesn't feel good. And really in that moment, it was super simple. He's walking on a horse. It's nothing high tech or fancy. And he was so happy. He's got a big smile, confidence, the empowerment. You think really everybody should be able to feel like that. It shouldn't be limited if you have your own horse. So that was really where it all started, the inspiration, seeing the need for easier access to horses and just that welcoming space in the community where it could happen. We all know that with horses comes the need for land, and if you've been here long term, you may be familiar with the old rodeo grounds on Highway 69. Since the 80s, that's been an equine property. They had sleigh rides, rodeos. After seeing the land fall into disrepair after the fire, driving by it every day, we'd hoped someone would take it over and do something with it. And after a long time of driving by it, one day Kyle had said, "Well, why can't we try to do something?" So it seemed like a huge thing at the time, but 3 years ago, we started the process, gaining access to the property, and we just celebrated our 1-year anniversary last month of being on the land. In that year, we've done quite a bit. We've cleaned up the land, we built new fencing, we brought horses back for the first time, I think, since the fire. We've offered yoga, meditation, sound baths, jewelry making classes, snowshoeing, kids' activities. We held a fundraiser for a local nonprofit. We had a free community Christmas light event. The Recovery Center comes out with their clients in treatment. We planted over 600 trees in efforts to restore burnt areas. I feel like in that short amount of time, for me, this place has become incredibly special, and I take the care of it very seriously. We have big dreams for the future, which is why I'm here today for this bylaw amendment, which would allow the overnight accommodation and the retail space, which long-term would be a game changer. It's one thing to come for a 2-hour workshop, but it's an entirely different experience to immerse yourself, be able to stay overnight on the land with the horses and the programming. Fort McMurray is so much more than the industry that we're known for, and I think it's really time we share that side of it and promote it for all the good things that we can do here. When I imagine that retail space, I envision more that old-fashioned general store, somewhere that you can stop in on a Sunday drive, you grab an ice cream or a picnic box, maybe you sit out at our picnic area, the play area, explore the walking trail. Kids can find, hidden animal artwork on a scavenger hunt, keeping it accessible and affordable for families. And then maybe you're there and you decide you might want to visit the miniature horses. That kind of thing would be a bookable experience that you can add on. Long term, I really envision it as a local destination where people can have that country experience without having to drive 3 to 4 hours. a place all about connection to ourselves, each other, horses, and the land. So my vision is not like a mass-produced experience, but carefully thought-out plan, rooted in intention, connection, wellness, and of course, the horses. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight.
Do you have anything to add, Kyle?
No, she summed it up.
I thought so. Just want to give you a chance. No,
Appreciate it.
Thanks for coming in. Thanks, Kyle. Thanks, Sarah. And I was there when you first started working there. And to what it is today is just what you've done, just with a visual from the highway alone. Such improvement to that area. So thanks for everything you've done there.
Thank you.
Councillor Allen?
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for your presentation and the moral support. Yeah. Do you envision this as being sort of a benefit for the residents here, or do you see it in the long term as being more of like something to attract visitors and attract more tourism to the region?
Honestly, I think it can be both. You know, we're seeing the benefits now of residents, and I never want to take away from that. Long term, I picture things like Fall Festival, like Pumpkin Patch, Easter events, things where the community could come, because we really, especially right now, don't have that sort of space, and events are not happening because of that. So that's one goal, but I think keeping it multifaceted will keep it sustainable. So there is a huge, $3 billion in tourism that is a potential for our area. So yeah, I think being able to tap into a little bit of that would be key too.
I know economic development tourism is very active in looking at different things like this. So it sounds exciting. Do you have enough space to do what it is that you're hoping to do in the long run?
Yes. Yeah. We do have lots of space.
Okay, great. Well, thank you again for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Allen. Councillor Brent?
Thank you, Mayor. Sarah, I asked specifically if you, Kyle obviously knows what he's doing, but for this, you guys offer equine therapy?
Yeah, we do equine assisted learning. I do meet and greets where kids and families can come out and meet the horses. I've got the recovery center coming, so they're working with the horses, helping with chores. And then we were doing snowshoe walks, meditation as part of their visit.
And as far as you know, is there any other service like that in the region?
No, I think the closest spot where you could go for a retreat like this is probably 3 to 4 hours away. As far as I know, we're the only business like this in northern Alberta.
So if a retail space gets added, we all know that dealing with this is not cheap. This would obviously help expand and build, so this would allow you to provide that more for the residents and for anyone else that might be coming by. For those that might not be aware, equine therapy is considered one of the better ones, especially for first responders and PTSD. So I'm really happy that this is happening. I wish you all the best of luck, and I hope to see this expand, and I'm definitely going to be following the journey. So thank you for coming today and for your presentation.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Brent. Councillor rmwb.ca?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you very much for the presentation. Have you worked with economic development at all on anything?
I have, yes.
Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, I've been working with them, I guess, for the past year and a bit. I've worked with Startup YMM for the past 3 years. They've been really helpful. I've worked with Travel Alberta. That's been really great too. So there have been many opportunities that I've been given locally here.
Fantastic to hear. I'll be supporting this. Good luck with your venture, and glad you found some peace for your son.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Boussier. Any other questions from council? I'm not seeing any, so thanks, Sarah. Thanks, Kyle.
Thank you.
Verbal submissions, we have Mr. Bryce Kumka. Bryce, if you want to say your name for the record, and you have 5 minutes to present, remain seated for questions.
My name is Bryce Kumka. I moved to the region about the same time as the Reeds did, and 20 years ago there were a lot more recreational opportunities available. We had Golden Eagle Campground, we had Rotary Campground, there was Tower Road Campground. I don't know if that was really a campground, but you could technically park your trailer there if you wanted to. And then all of that kind of went away. We had a lot of fishing lodges in the region. There was a lot of kind of recreational opportunities. So seeing this proposal come back where people will be able to stay in the rural or in the woods, if you want to call it that, or what's left of them, but still in close proximity to the community, I think is a good addition to what we're trying to accomplish to build our community and increase tourist opportunities. So I think it's a wonderful project, but I think the best part Horses don't bring tears to my eyes because of emotions. It's because of allergies. So unfortunately, it's not a place for me. But what made me really, really happy last Christmas is when I drove down to the airport, because I unfortunately go there a lot. There was Christmas lights on the fence, which was really cool to see something that had been previously derelict, abandoned, with that really sad hand-painted rodeo sign on the piece of plywood turned into something that's useful and contributing to the community in so many different ways, from the therapy side to the just straight up fun go for a walk in the snow part of it. So I think it's a great project, and I hope that you all can support it.
Thank you, Bryce. Does council have any questions? I'm not saying any. Thanks for coming in, Bryce. Is there anybody in the gallery wish to speak? It's a hearing, you have that opportunity.
Sure. I'll say something.
Just want to say your name for the record, and you have 5 minutes.
My name is Karina. I won't take 5 minutes.
No worries.
You know, I've been here since 1990, and I remember Dunvegan Gardens was here. And when my guy was little, we often used to go down there and spend time just hanging out and playing. And I think, I've spent my career working with children, and we know that screens are a huge issue right now, and we know that we need to get kids outside, and we need to get them moving their bodies, and we need to get them connected to the land. Horses, I'm biased because I have my own, but they are brilliant animals for any child, any adult, and especially children who have needs. They have there's a connection that happens that unless you've seen it, you don't understand it. So I think what Kyle and Sarah are doing is fantastic. I think that it will give children an opportunity and families an opportunity to be together and to hang out, and it won't cost a whole lot of money. The scavenger hunt will be fun for kids. I just think about families going out, maybe they can buy a popsicle and sit there and play and go see the animals and then leave, and it's family time. In this community with the shift hours, we know that families sometimes don't get a lot of time together, and this gives them something that is free and it's healthy for children, and it's what we need. Our kids need something like that to be able to grow into well-developed, rounded individuals. So I'm fully in support, and I really hope that you are, because I think we are really lacking something like this in our town. And I think if they ever go to riding lessons, they'll be booked solid for the year. There will be no vacancies, but thank you for your time.
Thank you. For someone that wasn't ready to speak, yes, very, very well said. Thank you for coming forward.
Well, I'm very passionate about it.
Does council have any questions?
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
I don't.
There's no questions anyway.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thanks.
Don't listen to Kyle. Does council have any further questions of administration? And just as a reminder, once public hearings close, there'll be no other questions or further information gathering. Want to go first? Councilor Boussier?
Would it, I think it's, I don't know who it's for, but if the Reeds were looking down the road to form a nonprofit society, not telling you to do that or anything, but would that matter in terms of the land use? Does it matter if it's for a business or? I'm sorry, I'm so stupid about that. I genuinely have no clue.
I will give that to Amanda.
Through the chair to the question, when it comes to the zoning, it doesn't matter if you're nonprofit or for profit.
Oh, okay. Just when Karina said free, I went, oh, as a business model. What's that?
Some aspects are free, some you'll have to pay.
Yeah. And Karina's presentation carries a lot more weight because she's a social worker. So, of course, biased, right? Well done. No, you still are.
Hence the no questions.
Yeah.
CEO Willier?
Just through the chair, just while I had an opportunity, it's a little bit off of what we're presenting, but we have Kyle Reed here today, and on behalf of the administration, I thought it'd be a great time to say thank you for really jumping in your efforts on the highway this past weekend. It'd be a miss on behalf of administration not to say thank you. So you were an everyday hero out there this weekend, so we appreciate you stepping up for the citizens of this region. So thank you on behalf of administration.
And I appreciate you taking my calls and reporting on who wasn't on the highway at that time. Coming out of public hearing, we now have the second and third readings of bylaw number 26/00 8, land use bylaw amendment for part of NW-24-88-9-4 and SW-25-88-9-4 being deposition TLC 240001 for council's consideration. Can I have someone make the motion for the reading of bylaw number 26/008? Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Worship. I could say that all over again. I move that bylaw number 26/008 be an amendment to land use bylaw number 26/001 to add resort facility and retail general as discretionary uses to the UE Urban Expansion District only for portion of lots northwest 24-88-9-4 and southwest-25-88-9-4 be read a second time.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Thanks for the second, Councillor Brandt. If Council have any debate, discussion, or comments? I just want to say this is the kind of thing that I think when you're a councillor, when you're my position, it's kind of things like this when local people go out and do things that are good for the community and we get a chance to support it. I think these are kind of the good decisions we get to make. I'll call for a vote. In favor online, Councillor Marcel and Councillor Weigel. Thank you. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone. Can I have someone make the motion for the third reading? I move that. Go ahead, Councillor Allen.
Actually, I think we just need a Staples button, the one that says, that was easy. I'll move that bylaw number 26/008 be read a third and final time.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Thank you for a second. Councillor Brandt. Council, any other debate, discussion, or comments? I'll call for a vote. In favor online. Councillor Weigel in favor. Councillor Marcel in favor. Thank you. And that's carried unanimously. Thanks, everyone. We'll now take a 15-minute break and be back in 20 minutes, 7 o'clock. Thanks. Welcome back, everyone. Next up, we have bylaw number 26/010, 2026 property tax rate bylaw, which is being presented for the second and third reading tonight. I'd like to invite Corporate Services to introduce the report, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Lori Farquharson, Chief Financial Officer, and with me this evening is Kevan Navidi, the Municipal Assessor. The MGA Section 3531 requires Council to pass a property tax rate bylaw annually to raise revenue for the payment of expenditures and transfers defined in the annual budget process for the municipality. The property tax revenue agreed upon at budget deliberation and approval of this amount we need to collect at tax time. These revenues are a key component to ensure the delivery of services, programs, and capital projects. We will continue to find cost savings, efficiencies, and other revenue sources to contribute towards overall revenue to reduce the impact on tax revenue requirements where possible. Property tax revenue is still our main source of revenue, but there has been a significant decrease in property tax revenues each year since 2016. Since 2016, we have reduced the property tax revenues by approximately $261 million. Kevan will now discuss the assessment process.
Assessment valuation standards are prescribed by the Alberta provincial government and are either based on a market value or on a regulated cost-based system depending on the property type. For 2026, the valuation date is July 1st to 25, with the physical condition date as of December 31st. The assessment notices were sent out on February 11 to 25, with the customer review deadline of April 20, 2026. Of note, the designated industrial properties are assessed by the provincial assessor, not the municipality. Assessment changed by the tax classes. Overall, we are seeing modest increase in most classes, with exception of multifamily residential, which saw an 10.51% increase. This is the largest change and is driven primarily by the market shifts in the multifamily sector. On this slide, we are looking specifically at the median change within the residential sector, comparing assessments from 225 to 226. Each segment of the residential market is showing different trends. Urban single-family homes increased by 1%, reflecting a stable, modestly appearing urban market. Urban vacant residential lots saw a 15% decrease, which is the most significant shift. Condominiums increased by 2%, indicating steady and moderate value growth. Rural residential increased by 6%, showing stronger upward movement in rural property values compared to urban areas. On this slide, we are looking at the year-over-year assessment change for the non-residential and other residential sectors from 225 to 226. Each segment within this category has behaved differently based on market conditions and property use. Big box retails, listed here as large single-tenant retail, shows a 4% increase. This reflects the stable demand and general strong performance of large format retail spaces. Retail strip malls experienced a 1% decrease, which aligns with continued softening in smaller retail nodes and shifting consumer patterns. Hotels and motels saw a very modest 0.17% increase, essentially holding steady as the hospitality sector continuous gradually recovery. Warehouses shows no change, indicating a flat but stable industrial market. General retail shows a 1% decrease, which is consistent with the broader cooling seen in smaller retail categories. Apartment experienced a significant 21% increase. Property taxes are levied to raise revenue to fund municipal expenditures. Also part of the tax collection process is the collection of requisitions for third parties such as education and seniors housing. The municipal tax portion is calculated by multiplying assessment by tax rate. This table shows the 226 proposed rates. For 226, urban tax rates remain unchanged across all urban classes. The only adjustments are in the rural area, where both rural residential and rural non-residential rates decreased by 3.45%. This reduction aligns the rural mill rate with recent assessment change. Next, we will present the dollar impact of these rates on each property class. The overall proposed 226 municipal property tax revenues will be similar as the prior year. The proposed tax rates will generate $518,315,997, accounting for a budgeted loss of $12.6 million attributed to assessment corrections. This table shows the median tax payment for certain classes. This represents the municipal tax and does not reflect the education requisition amount. For example, for urban residential, the median tax payment change would be a $12 increase. The education requisition amount is set each year by the province and the time the province brings in their budgets. Each quarter, we pay a portion of the monies to the province. Please note that the municipality acts as a tax collector for the provincial education property tax requisition. The province's 2026 budget includes an increase to education property tax requisitions, raising from $3.1 billion in 2025-26 budget to $3.6 billion in 2026-27 budget. For the municipality, this results in a $5 million increase in education property taxes from $75.8 million to $80.8 million, plus an additional $198,000 property tax requisition that was under collection in 2025. In total, the municipality's education property tax requirement will raise by $5.2 million from 2025 to 2026. The provincial allocation of this increase is based on assessment shares. For the RMWB, the impact falls entirely on the non-residential class. Education tax rates for residential properties will be decreased by 7.25%, while non-residential properties will see a 2.31% increase. For urban residential property owners, this represents 55% of the property tax bill in 2026 and 65% for rural residential property owners. The education requisition is not calculated on machinery and equipment. The designated industrial property requisition is collected on behalf of the province. The monies are paid by designated industrial property owners, and it's to cover the cost of centralized provincial assessment process. RMWB was one of the first municipalities that introduced rural small business class subclasses, which has 25% lower tax rate than rural non-residential class, to support small businesses in rural area. There were 6 applications that impacted 9 properties that received the small business tax deduction, and the reduction amount for 225 totaled $20,752. Qualified rural businesses will have to apply for rural small business property subclass rate to receive 25% reduction on their municipal tax portion. This slide shows the impact of proposed rates on a single-family residential house in urban serviced area. Municipal taxes are increased for $13 and education taxes are decreased for $89. The overall tax bill will be decreased for $76. This slide shows the impact of the proposed rates on a typical non-residential property in the urban serviced area. Municipal taxes will be unchanged and education taxes are increased for $104. The overall tax bill will be increased for $104. This slide shows the impact of proposed rates on a single family residential house in the rural serviced area. Municipal taxes will be increased for $14 and education taxes are decreased for $13. The change on overall tax bill will be $1. A further breakdown of rural residential tax change by neighborhood. The assessment were based on market values as of July 1st, 2025. In general, rural areas assessment values increased. This combined with a decrease in education tax rate resulted on a different tax change in rural areas. A typical single-family residential property will have a $61 increase in Fort Chip, $70 decrease in Draper area, $141 decrease in Sapri Creek, $78 increase in Anzac, $92 decrease in Conklin, and $67 increase in Gregoire Lake. Please note that education requisition is included in this amount. This slide shows the impact of proposed rate on a typical rental property in the urban serviced area. Municipal taxes increased for $2,230 and education taxes are increased for $642. The overall tax bill will be increased for $2,872. Rental apartments consist of 6 or more units are included in this class. This slide shows the impact of proposed rates on a typical non-residential property in the rural serviced area. Municipal taxes will be decreased for $126 and education taxes are decreased for $12. The overall tax bill will be decreased for $138. Even though the depiction is small, as we are trying to compare the years of various municipalities in Alberta for residential properties for 2017 to 2026, the municipality tax rate is still below other municipalities, both on rural side. The first grouping on the left, and urban is the next grouping on the right. 2017 is the first bar of the grouping with the 2026 rates, the last bar or the red one. We do not have the 2026 ratings for the rest of the comparison as they have not been published. This graph shows the municipality tax rate comparison from 2017 to 2026 for the non-residential classes. The red is rmwb's 226 rate. We could only show the 225 rates for other municipalities as the 226 rates have not been published yet. However, the urban and rural non-residential rates are still below other municipalities. Tax ratio. The calculation for the tax ratio is based on the lowest residential tax rate versus the highest non-residential tax rate. Our lowest residential rate is rural and our highest non-residential rate is rural as well. As per the Municipal Government Act Section 358, we are considered a non-conforming municipality, meaning our ratio is above 5:1. Since the 2016 tax year, the tax ratio has been decreasing from 18.1:1 to the current proposed ratio at 6.21:1. That brings us to the end of our presentation. We would be pleased to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Kivan. Thanks, Lori. I have a question, and I've asked probably both of you before. We tax to what our budget is. We make our budget, then we go backwards, and we tax accordingly. And last year, in order to meet that level, we lowered the rural taxes by, I believe it was 2.68% or 2.38%. Is that?
To Chair to Mayor Bowman, that's correct.
Yeah, and then this year we're proposing 3.75 reduction in rural to make this line even. And the issue I have is that, and I brought this up with Lori before, so I'm asking again so everybody can hear it, so maybe more people understand it better than I do. We make a budget, but then as we've heard, and we do it every year, we pull money out of emerging reserves for different projects, different council projects, different emergencies. This year, snow clearing. And by look at the highway, we're going to be doing snow clearing on the highway from now on, if we want it done right. But is there a way, instead of lowering that tax, is it almost with your merging, make that as almost like you're borrowing money out of the merging, then you're putting it back rather than, and one of our biggest talking points going anywhere is we have high disposable incomes, lowest property taxes. Those are lines I never want to lose. But at the same time, is there a point we stop lowering the taxes? Is that because we're actually spending more than we're budgeting for, but we're taxing for what we originally said we were going to spend. So we're not taxing for what we're actually spending for. You're probably the only two to understand what I just said.
So
that makes sense. Like, what can we do to change that?
So, Mayor Bowman, this is a typical financing situation of every municipality. So we have a budget. We try to collect the same taxes. As you mentioned, sometimes the expenses are higher. So during November, again, we will have another budget. And if we use from reserve, we can, I believe, replenish, add the money back to the reserve. But that will be coming during the budgeting session. So you can collect for next year by increasing taxes to collect that.
Okay, so this is a conversation Laura and I had. So when the budget comes, when it's coming in a few months, November. God, that's depressing to say. It's coming in a few months when the snow melts, but it comes in November. So the amount of money we take out this year from emerging that we use to spend, we could actually budget for that next year?
Through the chair to the chair, we can certainly look at anything that we're taking out and replenish the reserves by that value. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So because I'm like, because when you look at all the municipalities, like, don't quote me on this, but actually Edmonton just did their property tax and they increased them by a substantial amount this year, promising not to do it again. We've lowered our taxes. When you look at the lines, our last 2 years, our taxes are getting lowered each year when everyone else is skyrocketing, not just the problems in the entire country. So I think we do a good job in managing tax dollars, but that emerging issues fund keeps ticking lower because we're only taxing for what we're budgeting for, not what we're spending. So if we can see some kind of way where we have a method to replenish that fund so that it's not constantly being dipped out of and we're not actually taxing for it, because I think we could probably still maintain the lowest taxes and still make sure that reserve is there for us.
Mm-hmm. Through the chair to the chair, I do believe that once we flush out what our needs are for our long-term capital planning, that we will see a stronger requirement for tax revenue as that unfolds.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Van de Castian.
Thank you, Mayor. What would be the impact if we just held from 2025 to 2026?
To Chair to Councillor Van Casten, if we hold the tax rates, we will be collecting $13 million on budgeted taxes, which is not advisable.
Not advisable or not legal?
I believe we cannot collect any tax. We need to follow whatever was budgeted. We cannot overtax.
So the MGA says you cannot run a surplus.
I am not sure if it is in the MGA, but I am pretty sure there are Canadian law cases that municipalities had to redo their tax bills because of this.
So considering that we already know we're at least 70 million in the hole from an infrastructure deficit, should we not be taking this now and putting into an infrastructure fund or something to, because it feels like what we're doing is we're stretching the rubber band back and it's going to snap. And then we're going to look like Lac La Biche that was 2 really short years and then one really tall bar.
Through the chair to the question, short of me having a legal opinion to identify what we could do on a go-forward basis, it's advisable that we maintain the budget that we put forward that was voted on, and then to the mayor's observations, we could certainly replenish any funds that we have to pull out of emerging issues or the capital infrastructure reserve. And we could do that based on, what we see throughout this year. In addition, the asset management reserve just got started in the 2024 budget cycle, and we did put a little bit more money from the 2026 exercise. But we're going to need to do that again. We need to build up that reserve, but we also need the data from the asset management process. So I'm hearing what you're saying, and I don't disagree, but we do have to follow what the MGA says as far as the process for budget. You had to approve a budget by December 31st. We are seeing a potential deficiency in what we have, but we can correct for that on the next budget cycle.
So there's no way, because you had just mentioned answering the mayor's question that at some point there's going to be a increased need as we develop this asset plan. And we're continuing this year, we're taking it down. Probably next year we're going to take it down. Probably the year after that we're going to take it down because it's going to take us that long to figure out our asset management need. And then the year after, we're going to have that increased need, and all these reductions and all this potential that we could have been putting into a reserve is now all going to have to picked up off that year's tax base.
Through the chair to the comment, no, I would not recommend that. My direction and recommendation was to put at least 20 million a year into that asset management reserve. Whenever we have any fiscal savings at the end of a fiscal year, we do put that back into, say, the emerging issues reserve. And we are doing some work right now to reconcile some of the old reserves that have been in place for a long time. And that will free up funding, which my recommendation would be to put that into the asset management reserve as well. We've done some preliminary assessment, as I mentioned earlier. I think we're still a long way away from really knowing where we're at. And then there's going to be that capacity issue of what we can actually do to address what we need to for the aging infrastructure.
This very, very much feels like a robbing Peter to pay Paul situation. And we're going to have to pay him eventually.
Short term, perhaps. And if ideally, I would love to be able to see we approve a budget, we've accounted for everything, and we're not coming back asking council for money. It's honestly, from my perspective, it's very disappointing every time we have to come back here and ask for more money because it should have been well defined. We spend 6 months discussing budget. We go through all this analysis, all this collaboration, and then we have surprises that come out of the woodwork. I don't have a crystal ball. Well, I do, but I don't bring it to work. I wish I did, but we're doing our best.
No, understood. But so this is governed by the MGA. We can't just say we're taking that 13 mil today.
As I mentioned, I would need a legal opinion to speak to that. And
every year after we pass the bylaw, I report to the province. And in that calculation, I need to show them that is matching to the budget that was, and I have to give them the copy. And if it's not even close to that, then I can pass it. So,
thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Van de Castian. Councillor Bussier-Luana.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. To our legal department, Is there anything in the MGA that prohibits us doing this?
Through the chair to the question. Excuse me. I don't have an answer for you right now. I'd have to go back and look at the MGA to see the various provisions to give a proper answer to that.
Okay, I need an answer tonight. Is there anything in the MGA maybe you can that precludes us from amending our budget?
Again, I'm not sure the answer right now. I'd have to go back and look to be certain of the answer.
Well, I would think. I mean, we put 1.6 million. Tony and Janelle came for homelessness. I know our snow removals. We're over budget already. There's we can spend this money. I guess for me, I would like to bring forward a motion that the mill rate stays the same, and I guess we'll find out later if we violated the MGA, or we can take a break and let legal go get the answer. But
I would advise taking a break because this is a bylaw. We're doing a bylaw, 3 readings of bylaw, so we really can't make motions in the middle of it, but I would advise taking a break so we can find out the answer.
We already did the first reading, right?
Yeah, first reading's like it's in the...
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, because I'm not okay with this, and I'm not okay making a decision without having the information.
Right now, do you want to... I'd like to finish the other couple of councillors' questions, and then let's take a break.
Sure.
And then we can find out. Thanks, Councillor Bossier. Councillor Scott?
Thanks, Mayor. I was just going to say, when the tax documents get delivered to residents, I would just really encourage us to emphasize what the provincial increase was. I know other municipalities are doing it because this is another example of the province downloading responsibility to us to collect their taxes, giving a big increase but not taking credit for it, so to speak. So I would just really encourage that. As far as the MGA is concerned, it's in those sections right around, I know that, I think Laurie's familiar with it, right around section 342 that we were talking about earlier, the tax rate bylaw. I can provide that to legal and they can take a look at it. And I think it's 355, the tax rates.
Through the chair to Councillor Scott, with respect to the percentages that is for that goes to the province directly and what we keep, we have developed an insert that will be going out with the tax notices this year.
Yeah, I would just encourage that to be a giant red, bold statement, because I think a lot of people see these inserts and chuck them, but I think we really need to bring it to the residents' attention myself, and I know that our CAO is alerted to that as well.
Through the chair to Councillor Scott, the front page has letters that I would say are approximately 2.5 inches that identifies that 55% of your taxes are going to the province.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Councillor Bossier, Lance?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, through the chair. And I guess it's just further to what Mayor Bowman and the whole amortization. If we're trying to steward the public fund, shouldn't our reserve increase by our amortization annually? Wouldn't that be a good strategy?
Through the chair to Councillor Bossier, what you're speaking to is what I have seen in the province of BC, where we used to be cash basis for everything, and then we did move to a model whereby we did budget for amortization. With respect to amortization and the capital process, it does speak to it in the MGA that we cannot do that. So I was just reading through that earlier. Happy to take that away. There are changes that are going to be coming forward with the public sector accounting standards, so we may be able to do this in the future. So it's something that is on my radar, and we'll work with the team to see what we can flesh out for next year.
So just, and I'm not trying to debate you, Laurie, so don't take it that way. So right now, council could not decide, or in this upcoming budget, where I think the figure of amortization was 150, that we put 150 aside in a surplus or emerging issues or our portfolio and treat it like a sovereign fund? Like you can't do that as a city or municipality right now?
Through the chair to Councillor Bussiere, I'm not 100% sure, but it's certainly something I will take away.
Okay, thank you.
I do understand the confusion between the financial statements and the actuals from our budget to expenditures, and we've done a lot of work to try to flesh that out for the presentation that we'll give next month to show you where we were at with budget expenditures and how that translated to the financial statements.
I guess where I was going with this, and I pick on Director Smith today because I think that was the two scenarios they used might have been his department. And I don't think it's fair to him when you say you budgeted Director Smith 22 and your actual was 85 or whatever it was, right? Because part of that would be amortization. But yet it looks like Mr. Smith missed the mark by $40-50 million, which I don't think is fair to him or the organization as a whole. So that's where I go with this amortization, whether I'm right or wrong. It doesn't make sense that we can't have a figure for the public to see it in a column until after the budget. That's all. But if you could, Lori, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
We'll certainly look at that. And just a reminder, the consolidated financial statements also include all of our Part 9, so it wouldn't have strictly been Mr. Smith.
Right, but most people probably don't read into that. They see it and they just throw it into the one department.
Yeah, we'll do a better job of presenting a better picture.
Thanks, Councillor Bussiere. Councillor Bussiere, Luana. Oh, sorry,
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Two things. One question. I think you told me this before, if we collect the school taxes on behalf of the province. So if ours, say, is 30 million, that it should be, and we're 5 million short because people decide not to pay their taxes, are we still giving that 5 million to the province? We're still responsible for that?
To Chair to Councillor Bussiere, yes, we have to pay them whatever they are asking, but later on we show them that if there is an assessment correction, if there were any errors in our assessments, and we provide those data to get some refunds. But mostly if someone is not paying us or something, those will be their applications to get some refunds. But our municipality is not much impacted that way.
But we have every year, like, taxes that aren't paid, right? A bunch of taxes, property taxes that people don't pay?
Those are mostly one client we have, and the property assessment is based on machinery equipment, and they don't tax education for machinery equipment.
So you're saying the great majority of what we owe the province for school taxes, we do collect?
That's correct.
We're not covering a big debt?
No, at all.
Okay. And then just to be clear, when I bring this up about the mill rate, so the 20 people that actually watch council, but this is basically saving industry 13 million. This is what we're doing. Is this mill rate? It's not saving me or you or Mr. Peden. It's industry that's getting a $13 million tax break, right?
To Chair to Councillor Bussiere, yes, based on this, we try to, as much as we can, we try to reduce from the industry, from the rural non-residential classes, which includes the small businesses in rural areas as well.
And the 6.21 to 1 because it's lowest, so
that's correct.
It ends up being industry.
Too.
Okay, so is there a different way to do it? Where if we can't do this some other way, in terms of changing, which I hope we can because I'd like it to stay the same, but if we can't, is there a different way to nuance these mill rates so it's other people getting the tax rate? Because I look at the line items on the budget and we have user fees, we have the dump that's gone from $10 to $15. We're making up a lot of money off the backs of our citizens, off the people with their permits, with everything. But industry, and I'm not bashing industry, they're the ones getting a $13 million tax break. I can't wrap my head around how that makes any sense.
To Councillor Bossier, they are not saving $13 million. Their assessment increased. So the assessment increased, our budget didn't increase. So we are collecting the same amount of taxes we were collecting last year. So
yes, but the value went up.
Value went up, but again, the taxes they were paying, let's say $1 million, they're gonna pay $1 million. If we increase, so they are not like paying us $13 million less than last year. If we don't reduce the tax rate, then we're gonna collect $1,100,000, for example. Then we are extra overtaxing them.
I get they're paying the same, but if the value of my property goes up and you keep the mill rate the same, I am paying more because I have something that's more valuable today than it was last year. They also have something more valuable, but they're not paying more.
To Councillor Bossier, that's correct. Our properties are based on market values, where industries' properties are based on regulated value. I just give the difference. What is it? For example, a pipeline, let's assume it's $10 per meter. Doesn't matter it's in the Wood Buffalo, Edmonton, or Lethbridge. The assessment is regulated $10. It's not based on market. And our municipality's strategy was to bring investments to the regions. And that's why we try to hold the tax rate. We try to be competitive to other municipalities and not charging extra taxes. And that was basically our strategy so far. And we are basically collecting the same amount as we were doing before. And that's basically helping that other industry tools to bring more investments here. So I just want to say there are more economic benefits when we are getting more investments in the city.
I think they're doing just fine, and they can pay the $13 million and not our residents. So, thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Bossier. Councillor Van de Kastian.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with Councillor Bossier. They're not going broke. Are we, it sounds like, and correct me if I'm wrong, we're building out inflation. We're not including inflation from what when we're setting this up. You're paying $1 million, your property's going up. You would, all things being equal, you'd pay 1.1 the next year, but we're lowering the rate, so you're still paying the same amount. And is that tracking?
That's to Councillor Van Dissent, that's basically correct. But budget is very important. Like when inflation is there, usually your budget should go up. Our council are decided to keep the budget the same as last year. So that's why you don't see that inflation impact here.
Okay. Well, I changed my mind on that one. But so thinking ahead, and this might be way out in left field, can we build a deficit into a budget to account for a potential inflationary increase such as this? I know it looks bad, but can we do it?
Through the chair to the question, it's a very interesting prospect. I think we would certainly need to have some form of a justification for taxpayers as to what that value is for. Generally, it's reserve management that we look at and say, we know we're going to have a need for X, Y, and Z. And we did do an exercise a few years ago of what the long-term needs might be. But again, it comes back to not having the data to truly nail those numbers down. Honestly, I would love to have an economist on staff that could assist us with some of this modeling so that we could have a justification to say, we know we're going to need X, Y, and Z. Right, but to your point, yes, we could build out a reserve for that very thing. Maybe what I can do, just thinking off the cuff here, look at what we have paid for in between budget cycles through the reserves over the last 5 years and see if I can come up with an average, and that can help to inform that on the next budget cycle.
I think we should really look into that, and maybe let's see an economist on next year's budget for finance.
Be great.
Have the property tax notices been sent out? Has this assessment been sent out?
To the chair, to Councillor Vincent, the assessment notices were mailed out on February 11. Tax notices will be mailed out after tax bylaw is approved, and we will start the printing and calculations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Van Castian. Councillor Allen?
Just thank you for the presentation. And just for clarification, from what I read here, it's more or less the average property, residential, both municipally and urban and rural, is going to be plus or minus $50, but what they paid last year, and very similar to industry or non-residential, both municipally and or resident or urban and rural. Correct?
To chair, to Councillor Allen, that's correct.
Yeah, so it's kind of and any increase in revenue that we're anticipating is going to be based on growth.
To chair, to Councillor Allen, this year we didn't increase our tax revenue budget, so that's why the assessments were very stable. That's why we were able to keep the tax rate for urban area unchanged. For rural area, because there were more investments in oil and gas, the assessment increased. That's why we needed to reduce the tax rate for them.
Correct. And so if we're looking at having an objective of raising the same amount of revenue, then we would all like to see a 10% increase in our property values. And in doing so, then we would just adjust the tax rate appropriately for that class in that region to account for the dollars that we're trying to raise in that region.
To chair, to Councillor Allen, that's correct.
Okay, so I understand where the mayor and a couple of my colleagues are going with the trying to replace some of our reserve account, and that's something I would like to look into for the future. I don't think it's something we can do tonight. Because I know we have to pass this bylaw here right away. We're legislated to do it. We have to have it in place so that we can mail out the tax rate or the tax notices in time. But for the next year, we're going to have to really debate that and consider it. If we want to, can we actually, and we'll have to look into that. Can we actually budget to maintain our reserves at a certain level? And that I'm not sure. I also am very well aware we can't raise more taxes than what we're budgeting to spend.
Through the chair to Councillor Allen, through the reserve management process, yes, we can budget for that. We just have to have an explanation. For example, the asset management. We're trying to build out for asset management. We're trying to build out, for example, unforeseen circumstances to replenish, or just strictly replenishing our reserves. That's a decision of council through the budget process.
Yeah. Okay, and that's a very reasonable explanation or an expectation. So I think I'm certainly supportive of that. I don't see really where anyone is in the non-residential is really gaining, other than it's legislated to us to get to 5-1, and we're not there yet. But we're getting there. And when we get into debate, I'll discuss my other topics on that.
Just going to mention that and right now as questions.
Yeah, but so that was my questions. Is we are able to do that though?
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions by council? Councillor Cardinal?
Thanks, Mayor. I got one question about, have we ever raised tax rates for specific projects, let's say roads? Can we find a formula to actually just raise taxes to pay for roads and put that aside?
Through the chair to the question, if we were looking at the need for additional budget to address a deficiency with our roads, egress roads, something along those lines, we can build that into the budget. You can look at tax levies for specific areas, but we would just be looking at building out a program that says we're going to need X dollars for roads over the next 10 years, and we would build that into the budget process.
But have we ever done it before?
It's on a project basis. basis since I've been here. We are looking at a proposal to bring forward for council's consideration programs for things like our roads, our parks, our playgrounds, so that we're able to be a bit more agile in addressing inflationary costing instead of constantly coming back to council to say we need another $10 million. We have a bit of a buffer saying that we're over the next 5 years, we're going to spend X to do all of these different things and then report back to council on a regular basis to say what we did do. So that is something that we are hoping to bring forward to council for this next budget cycle.
Okay, I'd like to chat more about that specific topic because I think that the public would, I think it'll be easier for them to manage or maybe just be able to see where their tax dollars are going. And I don't think that as a municipal government, indicating that to the public and having them taxed for specific projects, especially the roads, I think that would be to our benefit and raise the taxes for that. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Cardinal. If there's no other questions, we'll take a 5-minute motion break for Councilor Boussier, and I would recommend council stay in this room for it, so we're not leaving during bylaw. Welcome back, everyone. Okay, Councillor Boussier, you have a motion. So the way it's going to work is we're going to do your motion. We'll get it seconded. We'll debate that, vote on it. Then we'll move on to the bylaw, motion, tax rate bylaw. So make the motion, second it. Then we'll move on to your amendment, which someone will second it, then debate that. That'll be the order. Okay, Councillor Boussier, your motion?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I move that the 2026 approved property tax revenue budget be increased by $13,535,003 to a total of $519,201,000 in response to excessive winter maintenance resulting in operating deficiencies.
Thank you, Councillor Boussier. Thanks, Councillor Van de Castian for the seconds. Councillor, any questions, comments, or debate points? I'm not seeing it. I'll call for a vote. Councillor Marcel in line. Thank you, sir. Stu. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone. Can I have someone make the motion for the second reading of the bylaw? Councillor Van de Castian.
I move that bylaw number 26/010, being the property tax rate bylaw, be read a second time.
And thank you, Councillor Brandt, for the second. Councillor Boussier, you have an amendment to the bylaw?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Bowman. That bylaw number 26/010, being the 2026 property tax rate bylaw, be amended to keep the same tax rates, the same as in 2025, striking the rates out in section 1 under tax rates for municipal purposes imposed in the rural service area. Tax rate for residential and farm property, 0.0014722. Tax rate for non-residential property, 0.00911363. Tax rate for machinery and equipment, 0.00911363. And tax rate for small business property, 0.0068522. And replacing it with tax rates for municipal purposes imposed in the rural service area, tax rate for residential and farm property, 0.0015248. Tax rate for non-residential property, 0.00946628. Tax rate for machinery and equipment, 0.00946628. And tax rate for small business property, 0.0070971. And replacing the value of $505,665,997 with $519,201,000 on page 1 of the proposed bylaw.
Thank you, Councillor Boussier, and thank you, Councillor Vardy, for the second. Does Council have any questions, comments, or debate points? Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Worship. Question to administration. So we've done the math, I guess, in this when we took our little break, and this amounts to the same amount that Council just debated on amending the budget for, correct? The 13 million.
To Councillor Allen, yes, the request was to keep the tax rate same as last year, and this is the amended budget.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I guess, do we know, what does this do now to our our rural non-residential rate for tax ratio?
Our
Where we're at
the tax
6.1.
ratio, because the tax ratio will remain at 6.21. No change to the tax ratio.
So that the tax or the ratio of 6.1.2 or whatever will still be the same?
Exactly.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Are we in debate as well, Your Worship? I guess, and maybe it's a question for Councillor Boussier. I just, my only question is if we're doing this, and I understand it's a tough one to debate or to oppose, trying to bring in unfunded money from the snow rate or the snow removal we just did, because that is unprecedented. I don't think anyone ever could have foreseen that. I just don't know why we're taking it on the backs of the rural, both non-residential and residential, from our rural residents. I don't know why we're not spreading that out over the entire region.
And it would be because the 6.21 to 1 is your lowest and highest, right? Like there's not a choice in terms of how that works, correct? Your 6.21 to 1 doesn't change, so it's not a choice you have, or we have.
Yeah, no, but I mean, we haven't, I mean, that rate would be if we were, I don't know, it's just, we're basically putting all of this 13 million onto the rural classes, the tax classes.
Industry.
And residential.
$138.
Per. Yeah, no, I'm talking about the entire, that's not my point. But I guess we're in an enviable position to be in a tax neutral position as a municipality. And maybe it's just from the past. I remember joining a council in 2007 and going through years of the previous council had passed a motion to, on an annual basis, increase non-residential taxes by 10% and decrease residential taxes by 10%. And that was their tax policy for about a 5-year period of time. And all we did was we just kept increasing and increasing and increasing. Our industry partners that really are the reason we're all here pay our residents relatively good wages and receive no services. And my argument at the time was has nothing to do with services. Obviously, the growth was caused by their growth. And so it put a lot of pressures on the community at the time. So we had to do something. But we just kept doing it in such a way that we were reducing our residential and increasing business. And it wasn't just non-residential in urban areas, but also in the, non-residential rural. It was also in the urban center. And all we did was we caused a position where we became 18 to 1. And they fought back and they stopped contributing to our nonprofits. They stopped contributing to community events, and they pulled away from a lot of things, and it became very bitter. I don't want to send a message that we're trying to stick it to industry again. That was because that was the age-old thing. So I understand we need to collect that money again, and if this is the simplest way to do it without having this planned in advance, I would have rather proceeded with the original plan, quite frankly. But now that we've changed the budget, we need to now fund that budget through taxes.
And I guess, Councillor Allen, I'm certainly not anti-industry, and I'm not one who is tax them. But having followed council and now sitting here, I've also seen our user rates go up fairly substantially. Our citizens are also bearing a lot of this weight. So industry doing their part as well. Like, I mean, I know they do their part. That's a stretch. But this is not a situation where it's fund a $50 million multiplex that is an overbuilt. This is, our citizens are through different permit fees, through the dump, through all sorts of things. Our citizens are bearing the weight of this. So I think it's fair and stand by it. Well, but I hear you, Mike.
I would just argue that that's a different policy altogether, because we went to a policy years ago about cost recovery in our municipal services. And that's why our user fees have gotten up. We're still not at full cost recovery on any of it. But there's, it's that effort to get there. I just the optics of this one to take that increase that we didn't budget for in our budget, and then to put the entire bearing in the rural tax classes, both residential and non-residential, just doesn't sit well with me.
Okay.
And so I'm going to have trouble supporting it. We
Okay.
have to raise the money, I guess, but it just doesn't sit well with me to just put it all against one classification.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Allen. Councillor Van de Castian?
Thanks, Mayor. I would argue that the framing it that we're taking it off the back of one tax class is unfair. We're not taking anything extra. We're holding it. We're not imposing a reduction, which is what was suggested on the rural tax class. Yes, it generates another $13 million in revenue off of industry and whatever, $138 off your average household. But we're not asking for any more than we were last year from a percent point. We're just holding it. And I think that's fair.
Thanks, Councillor Van de Castian. Councillor Bruce, do you have any closing statements before we vote? Thank you. I'll call for a vote. In favor online? Thank you, Councillor Marcel. And that's carried with 9 in favor. Now back to the original bylaw, the motion to move the bylaw number 26/010 2026 property tax rate bylaw that's reading a second time. We'll call for a vote. In favor online? Thanks, Councillor Marcel. And that's carried with 9 in favor. Now continue with the regular scheduled programming. Can I have someone make the motion for the third reading? Councillor Van de Castian.
I move that bylaw number 26/010 be read a third and final time.
Thank you. Thank you for a second, Councillor Brandt. Councillor, have any debate, discussion, or comments? I'll call for a vote. In favor online? Thank you, Councillor Marcel. Is that you or me? This better not be scoring. And that's carried with 9 in favor. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Lori. Next, we have the report on the community transportation and shuttle service in Fort Chippewa. I'd like to invite Public Works and Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Worship. I'd like to recuse myself from this report as a potential pecuniary interest.
All right. Thank you, sir. Whenever you guys are ready, Keith.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Keith Smith, and I'm the Director of Public Works. With me, I have Mark Gassier to my left, Manager of Transportation and Fleet, and the man to my right is Dennis Fraser, Director of Indigenous and Rural Relations. Today, we are here to present potential solutions and bring forward recommendations regarding the establishment of community shuttle service in Fort Chippewa to address identified transportation gaps. On January 13, 2026, Council directed administration to explore potential solutions and provide recommendations to address the gaps in community transportation options for residents within Fort Chippewa. In response, 4 options have been provided for Council's consideration on the establishment of a community transportation service. As well, an enhanced communication strategy has been developed and is in progress to increase awareness of rural transit services, including schedules and fares for travel from Fort McKay, Gregor Lake Estates, Fort McMurray First Nations, 468, Anzac, Janvier, and Conklin to Fort McMurray. The strategy includes installing signage at bus stops, increasing promotion through rural newsletter, social media channels, posters at rural municipal offices and in the communities, and providing information to residents at quarterly community engagement sessions. Before we move into the options, I'd like to give a brief overview of the transit services currently provided in the region. In the urban service area, the rmwb Transit provides local service and runs daily from 5 a.m. to midnight on weekdays and from 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. on weekdays and weekends and stat holidays. The service offers 9 fixed routes, transit on demand, and specialized transit. The service is operated by the municipality with service standards guided by the Transit Master Plan. Regular transit services is also provided between Fort McMurray and nearby rural communities, including Anzac, Fort McKay First Nation, GLE, Janvier, Conklin, and Fort McKay. The rural service is contracted to a local service provider and services each community on select days of the week. Conklin, Anzac, and Gregory Lake Estates are services on Wednesdays and Fridays. Janvier, Anzac, and GLE is also done on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Fort McKay is serviced on Thursdays. rmwb Specialized Transit is also available for rural communities on select days of the week. Currently, there is no municipally funded transit service operated within Fort Chipewyan or between Fort Chipewyan and Fort McMurray. This is largely due to geographic location, logistical constraints, and low demand. Previous municipal services include a fixed route connection between Fort Chipewyan and Fort Smith that was contracted to a local provider. However, this service experienced very low ridership, frequent cancellations due to road conditions, and it was subsequently terminated. Currently, there are other transportation services available in Fort Chipewyan. However, they are primarily targeted towards specific purposes. Mikisew Cree First Nation currently provides transportation for students attending Therese Tucker School and also operates an accessible van serving the long-term care center. Nooney Health operates 2 wheelchair-accessible 15-passenger vans, which are primarily used to support medical transportation. Athabasca Chipewyan First Nation does not operate a formal transportation service and relies on Nooney Health. Jomas Taxi, operated out of Chip's Restaurant, is reportedly not operating at this time due to lack of an available driver. The Fort Chipewyan Métis Nation has access to a bus. However, the service is not currently operating due to driver availability. Now we will review the 4 options for consideration. Option 1. This option involves contracting a private company to provide a subsidized transportation system in the hamlet of Fort Chipewyan. The municipality would solicit a vendor capable of delivering accessible community-based transportation at a subsidized rate. The proposed service would operate as an on-demand model, providing curb-to-curb shared ride services with set hours. Riders would book trips as needed and be picked up and dropped off at the curb at requested locations, potentially picking up other passengers traveling in the same direction. Riders would pay a fixed transit fare, with the municipality subsidizing the remaining costs to ensure equitable pricing for local travel. By having set hours, it would allow operators such as a taxi or other private transportation services to maintain a standard full fare business model alongside the municipal transit agreement. With proposing curb-to-curb service, it provides a high level of service while minimizing the need to build and maintain on-street infrastructure such as bus stops and sidewalks. There are also some challenges to consider. Startup may be difficult, particularly in securing a private company that can supply and retain properly licensed driver in a remote location with low service demand. The model also introduces additional oversight to ensure compliance with contractual requirements and subsidy terms. Additionally, while requiring accessible vehicle ensures inclusive service, the anticipated low demand may make it difficult to attract a private provider. This could result in higher subsidy requirements or reduced interest from potential vendors. All estimates costs are Class D cost estimates, which are intended solely for preliminary budgetary considerations. They are based on early stage project information and assumptions. As the project advances, the estimates will be refined to reflect more detailed scope and cost information. Annual operating costs for this options are estimated to range from approximately $5,000 to $40,000, depending on service demand, fare structure, and contract agreement. Option 2, service agreement with a nonprofit. This option proposes partnering with a local nonprofit organization through a service agreement to provide subsidized transportation services within Fort Chipewyan. Under this model, the municipality would collaborate with an established community-based nonprofit organization capable of delivering accessible transportation services. This approach differs from a traditional contracted model, as nonprofit organizations operate as a nonprofit basis and are not subject to trade agreements, which is most likely to support a community-focused, cost-effective service delivery model. The proposed service would operate similar to Model 1, providing a non-demand service, curb-to-curb, with a shared ride service. Nonprofit organizations are often familiar with local transportation needs and may already have existing operations in place that could be leveraged. Challenges with the nonprofit organization experiencing staff or financial constraints, which could affect reliability, as mentioned previously. These risks could be mitigated through clearly defined service agreements, performance agreements, and appropriate municipal oversight to support consistent service delivery. Under this model, the municipality avoids the high fixed associated with operating a traditional transit system by partnering with an established nonprofit organization and paying for only services as they are delivered. Estimated annual operating costs are projected to range from $5,000 to $25,000 based on anticipated ridership and service agreement details. Option 3, municipally operated service. This option proposes a fully municipal operated transit service similar to the service operating in Fort McMurray today. Under this model, the municipality would be responsible for purchasing a suitable accessible vehicle, hiring and managing drivers, and providing dispatch services. The service would operate as a non-demand model, providing stop-to-stop service and shared ride trips. Riders would book trips, then need to travel and picked up and dropped off between the designated bus stops. Riders would pay a set transit fare, and service hours would be established based on local business operating times and community travel demand. Should a long-term solution be desired, bus stops and sidewalks would be necessary to maintain equity in services. Consideration should also be given to secure vehicle storage, particularly due to extreme weather conditions, to ensure vehicle availability and service reliability. Ongoing maintenance would also need to be considered of bus stops, sidewalks, and vehicles. The service proposes risk, however, service interruptions, as it is advised to maintain only one vehicle in the community due to its size and population. In the event of a breakdown, the necessary vehicle repairs may be lengthy and out of service for periods. While the municipality may have spares or could rent vehicles in Fort McMurray, transporting them to Fort Chipewyan in a short time frame would be challenging, depending on the time of the year. Operationally, the municipality would assume direct responsibility for driver staffing, booking and dispatch software, and vehicle upkeep. The projected annual operating costs estimated to range from $400,000 to $600,000. This cost is much higher than option 1 or 2, as drivers would need to be paid for the full service day. A capital investment of $100,000 to $150,000 for a smaller accessible vehicle would be required to operate the service. Could be conducted using a rental or existing spare cutaway if available. Option 4 would be to remain status quo. This option reflects the current state of the service delivery and aligns with common practices in remote, low-population communities across Canada. Under this option, the municipality would not proceed with providing transportation services within the hamlet. Residents would continue to rely on community-led shuttles available, personal vehicles, family members, walking, or informal community support. Larger municipalities across Canada focus local transit services on populated urban service areas and the regional connections to them. More isolated communities within these regions are typically served by community organizations or taxis, or lack transportation altogether. Thus far, the municipality has also taken this approach, providing service in the urban service area and connecting to nearby communities, but not providing services in these remote areas, as this would represent a unique level of service. Not proceeding with a municipal transit service acknowledges historical outcomes, the unique nature of the service, and the broader reality that short community travel distance do not generally require formal transit. This is reality seen in small towns across Canada that face comparable challenges with low population makes transit costly and sustainable over the long term. Our recommendation is option 1 as the most viable delivery model, as it addresses the identified transportation gaps in the community while supporting the local economy and balancing overall costs. Administration further recommends implementing the service as a 1-year trial, supported by public engagement. By implementing the service as a one-year trial allows the municipality to assess service demand, cost, and operational feasibility before committing to a long-term solution. A trial period provides valuable opportunity to gather ridership data and community feedback, helping administration understand how well the service meets local needs and where adjustments can be made. The approach supports responsible decision-making by making data-driven decisions, limit financial risk, and ensures any future investment in transportation services is aligned with community priorities and usage. Thank you, and we are here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation, Keith. So just by listening to the presentation, one of the biggest challenges is either low ridership or no drivers.
Through the chair to the mayor, absolutely. In the community, we're predicting low ridership and driver availability would be an issue. It is currently an issue in the community today.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Vardy?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, through the chair. Thank you for the presentation. One question for you, Keith, and then one for you, Dennis. Is there actually an unaddressed service gap? Because we have 6, so some sort of transportation mechanism, some of them working, some of them not at this time. And the population of CHIP is 641 based on the census. So what is the gap that is not being achieved by the current transportation services that the community has?
Through the chair to Councillor Vardy, the gap that we're referring to is the motion was brought forward by the regional councillor.
Yep.
And there was some conversation, there's always been some conversation in the community around the local transit, but we don't have tangible engagements that we can refer to or numbers, but it has been identified in the past.
Okay, that's my question to you, Dennis. So within your IRR engagements and all of your time in CHIP, has this been a conversation amongst the community that they're looking for another form of transportation?
Through the chair to the question, yes, there has been. Keeping in mind that Fort Chippewa is a unique community where they've basically got 4 different levels of government and community people within the community. Now, the First Nations, they do an adequate job at providing transportation for elders. Both nations do. And so I would see the gap as where the need is for the hamlet itself, and as well as the Métis population. That is where there's a real lack on transportation, and we've heard that before up there.
One more question: do you think within your conversations with the First Nation, would there be a possibility of us asking them to extend their ACFN, Mikisew, or Uni Health to embody the hamlet and the Métis? Would there be appetite for that, or are they only, their primary concern obviously is their First Nation residents, but would that be something we could explore?
Typically, it would be in a community where you have resources, like there's several buses there owned by the nations. There are also drivers. But having said that, far be it for me to commit that the nations would be open to this sort of thing, because they are separate governments, separate nations, and look after their own residents.
Absolutely. I completely understand and respect that. Mayor Bowman, maybe that's a conversation that we can bring up to the First Nations. Thank you very much.
That's a good idea, Councillor Vardy. Councillor Boussier, Lance?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the through the chair. Thanks for the presentation, Keith. Do we have a contractor in mind? Has anybody stepped up and said they would maybe sign up for this program?
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier, we're very much at the high level mark here. What we would do if option 1's endorsed, we would work with our procurement group and go to the community with an RFP to see what interest there would be in this.
Okay, so we don't have anybody in mind.
Through the chair, Councillor Boussier, we're not at that point.
Okay.
To enter into discussion.
Okay, and then Keith, how would we arrive at the annual operating cost that we're just going to, from 5 to 40? I know you mentioned it was a D estimate or whatever, but I mean, we're going to, like, what would we cover? Everything?
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier, again, you've heard Director Elliott White talk about Class D, and it's plus or minus, I do believe, 30%. But this one, it was very difficult to even come up with a number, but I wanted to bring back a number. We have had some discussions with our transit counterparts, and in certain areas in smaller communities where they do the voluntarily based or the mileage, we were able to do possibly true mileage. It would cost anywhere between 5 to 40. Now, when it comes to the specifics, what we would cover, that would be worked out through the agreement. You are right. You're looking at gas. You're looking at but it would be a subsidization of the existing fare. So it was very hard to do an estimate on this. This is the best we could do.
Okay. Just one last question. Do we have a vehicle in our fleet right now that we could use, take up on the winter road and use and have staff up there and staff housing, or if we had an option?
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier, at present, no, we do not have a vehicle that we can bring up. We do have staff housing in Fort Chipewyan. I don't know how accessible it would be, but no, we do not have a bus in our fleet that we could send to Fort Chipewyan for this purpose. My recommendation, if it was to go that route, would be rental, because we're looking at, the recommendation was to try it for a year, see how it works. I don't want to use the term pilot, but 1 year trial period.
Right.
And we could rent it for that purpose if we had to.
Okay, and then last question for now is, we have a place to store it in the evenings during the winter months, like the 6-bay garage or something? Do we have, because I'm assuming you'd want to store the vehicle inside in the evenings, especially in the wintertime, but do we have a facility up there that we could park it?
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier, that would have to be a discussion I would have with Dennis Fraser, Dennis Warren, and Ernest, just to see if there would be a place. Based on my recollection, if we did have a 15-passenger van, I think there would be a place where we could house that vehicle.
Through the chair to the question, yes, we would have a spot up there to store it.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bussier. Councillor Bussier, Luana?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I thought Ty was next. I don't have a good grasp of the scope of this problem. You had shared with us, Dennis, that you thought the nations did well. What's the numbers that we're talking about? People in need of transportation up there.
Through the chair to the question, I wouldn't even hazard a guess on who would need transportation. Now, needing transportation in regards to the general population, or handicapped or elders or that type of thing. So there's different categories of who would need transportation. But the nations traditionally, a lot of their efforts are toward elderly and handicapped.
Yeah, and you said they were doing a good job, right?
Yes, Nooney has a couple wheelchair accessible buses, and they're on call at the airport. And if anybody throughout the whole community, First Nations, need a ride, there is a number that they can call, and they can get a ride.
Okay, and the recommendation that Director Smith is making is that was in conjunction with you. That's the one you also support too?
Well, I've gone back and forth, often asking myself, with what I know up there and spending quite a bit of time up there, what would work and worked effectively. And I shared also that the ridership would probably be low. Is there a need? Yes, there is some. There is a gap, but the ridership would probably be quite low, as well as Class 4 licenses to be able to drive these vehicles.
Okay, so to that end, then owning it as a municipality would be the worst option. Then, really, if those are deficits that you believe, we don't want to put ourselves in that. So, I guess I really don't know if this is a disrespectful or inappropriate question. So I mean this most respectfully when I ask, Dennis, does this genuinely do anything to advance reconciliation efforts?
Through the chair to the question, I think any time there's a gap in the communities that we serve, it needs to be looked at as serving reconciliation.
Okay, thank you.
And, just farther to that, I have observed that there is a need in regards to I know that the councillors talked about some handicapped person riding on the back of a quad. I've witnessed that myself. I have meetings up there with elders in regards to the residential school task force, and there are elders from the Métis community that come and need some assistance to come to the meetings.
Okay. I guess for me, just Councillor Cardinal is a very strong advocate for all things in Fort Chip, and I respect that. He'll bring anything forward, and he'll tell us that. I want to make sure that I'm supporting meaningful actions, and so that's why I asked. So I hope that wasn't disrespectful, Dennis. So thank you.
Through the chair to the question, no, it was not.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Boussier. Councillor Brandt?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm sitting here trying to figure out how I word this, but I'll save other points for debate. My question becomes, with option one, I have the privilege of sitting on the Vehicle for Hire committee that's never met. I've learned lots in my own time, though, and I look at this from a lived experience lens. Option one for me, when I see regulatory burden, this has high potential for fraud. I don't know if you've looked at it in that aspect at all. I don't really want to get into that now, but how would we be ensuring for when we say regulatory burden, like for vehicles like in Edmonton where we're using Uber or U-Ride, where there's required to have a dash cam and there's a system in place required to show who your riders were and things of that nature. How would we be able to showcase that and collect that data?
Through the chair to Councillor Brandt, excellent question. That would be worked out through the RFP process, and we would ask for any of those type of parameters. If we're given the green light to put this in place, then that's where we can really look out to other agencies to see what they have in place and what measures that we can. We would strongly write the contract, and we would have people in place to make sure it's monitored, as with any other contract that we put in place.
Okay, yeah, I'll save the rest for debate, but I do have a concern with option one as a recommendation as it stands without more information. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Brandt. I don't see any questions. Thank you, gentlemen. Oh, sorry, Councillor Cardinal. Late with your light. Go ahead.
Do we have an idea how many disabled people that are in Fort Chipewyan at all? Is that part of the study or the feasibility study?
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, no, I would not have a number of how many disabled people are in Fort Chipewyan. What the options are, the four options, that's where we would flesh out more of that, and any type of transportation that we would bring to Fort Chipewyan, we would include accessibility.
I'd like to know how we got to the 400,000 to 600,000 number on option 3. Can you please elaborate a little bit on the number for that particular option?
Sure. For option 3, that's if we as a municipality ran our own system. So you would include vehicles, which would be the bus. You would include maintenance. You would include a contract to do the maintenance. It would include fuel. It would include at least one, maybe two operators to operate this. So that's where your operating costs would get chewed up pretty quick. So that's where you're looking at 600,000. If we were to operate it the same as any other transit system, if once we get past the trial, if we decided to look further, then you're looking at bus stops and you're looking at more infrastructure. But the initial cost, you're looking at the vehicle, at least an operator or two, a scheduler, a dispatcher, a mechanic, fuel, insurance. There's quite a bit to operate even just one bus municipally.
If this pilot project and pan out or work out in Fort Chip for the transit, can the bus still be utilized here in Fort McMurray if it was purchased?
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, if we did, my suggestion was that even if we went that route, would be to rent one for at least a year to see if it worked out. If it didn't work out, then we would just not renew the rental.
And what's the cost of a rental?
If we went down that path, 10, 15 grand a month, I would assume, somewhere around there.
how big of a van would it be?
Through the chair to the question, I'm thinking of 15 passenger.
15 passenger with a lift for disabled people?
Through the chair to the question, it would need to be equipped for accessibility reasons, yes.
With the other options, I noticed that gas is going to be probably $2.50 to $2.70 a liter in Fort Chip 1 this summer, maybe even $3, which would be an average, if you were to use the transit system, average $200 a day for gas. So you're looking at $6,000 a month for gas. And then I'd say $40,000 to $50,000 a year just on gas alone, if you're to run it on a regular basis. So I really think the numbers are off, and you're looking at contracting, and then you got a gas price, and I just feel that there's a big gap in the numbers that was presented in some of the stuff. Could have been, I think they could have been presented a little higher, maybe. Just saying. Did you factor in that piece with the gas and stuff?
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, yes. But at this point, what I'm saying is that the first two options, one was with a nonprofit, one was a contractor. It's definitely a range in price, but it's so hard, so difficult to even put a ridership count to this. So that's the reason for the range. If we're directed to do option one, which is to put it out in RFP, then that's where you start defining more of the service and what the cost will be. But at this point, it's very preliminary, a very overarching look at what can be done and what to move forward with.
Okay, I got no more questions.
Thank you, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Boussier?
Thank you. I just need some clarity. This is a system, it would run throughout the entire community? I know there's lots of talk on reservist federal land. We're not responsible for that, but we're not splitting hairs like that, are we? This is a community resource for all?
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier, yes, it would be for all.
Okay.
But I want to be clear, it would be on demand. It wouldn't be like a fixed route that you see through town. It would be an on-demand system.
Yes, but it would include the nations. Like, we're not going to go in and say we're stopping here because it's reserved, right?
Through the chair, that would be definitely worked out through the RFP and future engagement, yes.
Okay, and is there a nonprofit up there that could take this on? No, right? No, okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Boussier. Councillor Cardinal, another question?
For the transit system here, we're the providers, aren't we? That's the not-for-profit, as in us, as a provider?
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, we as a municipality, we provide transit as a social responsibility. We do not make a profit. We're at about 5% recovery. However, that is pretty standard for the course. Edmonton is 15 to 20%. Calgary's around 20%. I don't know of any transit organization in the world that actually makes money. It's a social responsibility. There is a cost recovery, but not full cost.
If we charged and the prices dropped, I think I wouldn't be for giving it a free ride. I'm not going to give. I wouldn't agree to having it being a free ride at some point. Our community members need to pay and know the feeling of being able to pay for a service, and I think that's important with this moving forward. And I just want to be able to have that ability within the community. But I think that could be another reason that price would go down.
And that can be in debate too, Councillor Cardinal.
Right.
So, have any other questions? Not seeing you. Thank you, gentlemen. Do we have any delegates to this item? Can I have someone make the motion? And whatever motion anyone's going to make. Councillor Cardinal?
You're not.
No, option 3. 3. Just option 3. What's that? Okay. No pilot. Okay, can you draft that for me, please?
He's making it, yeah.
Better give her a try. If it don't work, it don't work. Right here? I didn't know that.
That's what I'm saying. Make sure that
Okay. And then, too bad. Okay. Okay, yeah. Okay, I, Councillor Kendra Cardinal, move that option 3 be endorsed and that administration be directed to bring forward a business case to implement this program with the 2027 budget cycle.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Thanks for the second, Councillor Boussier. Council, have any comments, questions, or debate points? Councillor Vardy.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Option 3 is the least. I will not be in favor of option 3. I will be in favor, however, of option 1. We have a lot of pre-existing transportation, like the First Nation, for example, that I talked about. We do have some standing contracts with First Nation via ISK that have been proven to be very successful. So for my colleagues who don't know, ISK will pay the First Nation for services. If we want to expand on services like transportation, we can look to have a contracted service through the First Nation. And they would be able to expand those transportation services. Just one of the many options that we could look at. I believe, even though we don't know the numbers yet, just like Keith said, transportation is a social responsibility. Having option 1 of having the year of public engagement and try to gather some of those data points on ridership, I think that's a great first step. And looking at option 1, the cost will be very low for that time. So in support of option 1 and not in support of option 3. I just don't think that's a useful use of our taxpayer dollars at this time until we have the numbers to back it up. Thank you.
And to remind council, we're just debating option 3 at the moment. Any other councils with comments, questions, or debate points? I'm not seeing any. And I agree with my Councillor Boussier. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a question for admin. Supporting option 3 isn't guaranteeing that option 3 is going to go forward. They're just going to investigate that option, correct? Like, we have no idea of cost for any of these options.
Our mic wasn't on. Do you want this done, Councillor Cardinal, or do you want them to come back with a business case? Because the motion reads that the administration be directed to bring forward a business case to implement this program with the 2027 budget cycle.
It just says.
Yeah, I think that the numbers weren't too clear, and I feel that we can enhance and elaborate a little more with the business case and bring the cost down and hopefully bring the ridership up.
Yeah, so through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, this is not a done deal. You're just asking admin to come back, and if the numbers are crazy off the charts, and we look at another option. Is that correct?
Well, I just don't think that, building shelters, we don't need to build shelters. Everybody has homes in Fort Chipewyan, and they don't have to stand in the shelter. So I don't think that could be a piece of it as well. You don't need to build the shelters because you're going to rec centers, the airport. I mean, people already are housed. So basically, I think that we need to enhance our scenario that we're looking at and bring the cost down, and hopefully we could bring it down to maybe 250 or something like that. But I think that the budget is a little high, and I think that it could be brought down a little bit, and it's outrageous.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Boucher. Councillor Van de Castian.
Thank you, Mayor. It's a question for Keith. So option 3, if that proceeded in any way, shape, or form, that would be bringing the service level to parity of what was in the urban service area. So we would be obligated, more or less, to put in that infrastructure, bus shelters, sidewalks, whatever else goes with that, if that became a reality.
Through the chair, Councillor Van Castian. If we were to do parity, absolutely. But I want to be clear that the numbers don't necessarily reflect shelters, needs shelters. Like just to rent or purchase a vehicle. Like if we purchased a vehicle to go to Fort Chipewyan, you're looking at 100 to 150. To man it, to pay it, you would have to pay the same as what we would in town. So you're looking at, for 2 drivers, 200,000-300,000. So the numbers, even though they seem high, I think they're reasonable. They're within scope. Then you have to get a mechanic, or you have to get a contractor to do this. You have to get fuel. There's a multitude of different things in order for us to operate it ourselves. And then there's a lot of complexities, driver availability, the vehicle breaks down. In town, we usually go with 25 to 30% spare. Obviously, you can't buy 30% of a bus, so do we have 2 buses to ensure that we've always got service? There's a lot to flesh out when it comes to doing it ourselves.
So this number could potentially be less than what we would end up being at somewhere, and could be, possibly.
Through the chair to Councillor Van Castian, I don't think it would be less. I think it could possibly be higher, depending on how.
Sorry, phrased it wrong, but yes, yeah.
And again, like I said, two drivers, you're 250 to 300,000, depending on the rate, Northern Living Allowance, if there's overtime.
Plus potential flights if we can't find someone local that wants to.
Exactly. Accommodations, we may not have availability. There could be, we would have to come up with accommodations. There's a multitude of factors to look at with regards to running it in-house.
So if we were to, I know we're just debating option 3.
3.
But if we were to go with a different option and say the pilot was successful, we can always come back to this. That would be part of the report that would come back at the end of the pilot, is recommending either continuing with the status quo of what the pilot was, or potentially making it a full option 3.
Through the chair, Councillor Van Castian, exactly. That is the definition of a pilot, to try something small scale to determine if it would work larger. And that's kind of what we're asking for here. Let's try option 1. Let's see if we can get someone to contract it to do the work. Let's try it on 1-year basis. And at the end of the 1 year, through the numbers, through the ridership, to how well it worked out, performance, engagement, then we will be able to better gauge, okay, this can be extended, or you know what, maybe it's something we can do in-house. But then that would give us that evidence-based decision to be able to do such. At this point, we don't have it.
Awesome. Yeah. Thank you, Keith. No, I'm kind of with Councillor Vardy. I think we need to know more before we jump both feet into this pond.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Van de Castian. Councillor Roussier.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Just for clarity, Keith, option 1, you would be coming, or option 3, you'd come back November-ish with a business case, but option 1 actually says to implement and get going, so that would be a faster option for butts in seat, so to speak. Like you could move on that one faster?
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier, yes. But okay. We talked about it internally. If we were given the thumbs up, the green light tonight to move forward, between drafting, getting the scope out, getting out to market, depending on how everything looks, it will take a few months. It's not like it's going to happen overnight. But if we wanted to get some type of transportation service, this would be the faster way to do it. Because even with it, doing it in-house, it's not just securing the buses. I think the biggest problem will be finding internal drivers, 2 drivers in Fort Chipewyan, especially if you want parity 7 days a week.
No, I'm not asking. I'm just asking, option 3 sounds like to me, we're not talking anything in place until 2027.
Possibly.
Whereas a different option, we might be able to get going
Sooner.
this year, like in the fall or whatever.
But again, I want to make it perfectly clear is that if we do the scope through it, the RFQ or RFI, whatever way we want to go, and I can't guarantee that there's going to be bidders or there's going to be people interested.
No, sorry, the potential.
Okay, yes,
To,
yes.
sorry, Keith. The potential to provide
Yes.
the service is much quicker with other options. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Boussier. Any other questions from council? I'm not seeing any, and we would be more inclined to support one of the other 2 options, but just not this one. I'll call for a vote. And the motion? Go ahead.
Well, I appreciate everybody's analogy of our community, and I live there. I know who's disabled, who can't make it sometimes to appointments. I know who's cold on the back of quads, young girls that are disabled and they have no means of transportation. You guys talk about the nations and the possibility of them being able to accommodate other people. Industry and the amount of money that goes through this community in this region has built silos amongst people to where they just take care of their own. And us as a municipality, I believe we have an obligation to build community, to build trust, to build healthy communities, to build a place that people feel that they can call their own community's home. Elders are not provided transportation in Fort Chipewyan because the buses are inoperable. They are not the wheelchair lifts do not they don't operate. They're not operational. The Métis bus is operational. I believe we can find a path forward and building an economic prosperity for the people that also come to the community and visit when they can't get rides from the airport to the community because the lack of transportation, lack of service. And I really think that, and I strongly believe that us as a regional municipality have an obligation to be a service to a community and build a community and not be siloing and try to have one nation or another nation try to take care of the community when what I don't want is, what I would like is for us to build the community as a municipality like we do in other places. And if it doesn't work, then, it doesn't work. But if we don't try it, then I feel that we're failing. And I really think that it doesn't have to be a humongous 15-passenger bus as long as there's an operational lift that can carry an elder to a beating class or a youth to a hockey game, and they don't have to walk in the 40 below weather and hoping and crying at home, wishing they had a service that is provided to them by us as council and this region. And I think it's imperative that we provide that service and that the disabled people, the young kids that want to go to the hockey, swimming, and experience our infrastructure, especially on cold days. I think that's important, and I wish that you guys would live in the community and see the people that I see, and not try to. I just feel that this needs to be something that is supported, and hopefully, I can get you guys' support to move forward and provide for the people that need it. Thank you.
Councilor Brand?
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Cardinal, I don't think anybody is debating whether this is a needed service. It's just how it's implemented. This option, I mean, we don't know the exact ridership. That's what we're looking to find out. The need is absolutely there. It's just what is the most economical, viable option. Having a bus route or something wouldn't be. But having a disability van that could be on demand, these are better options. I get it. But there's ways to implement it, and I didn't see that presented here with a proper framework of how that would actually work. Like I said, this lends itself to abuse and fraud the way it was written the other way. This one is almost $1 million budget, just looking at the price of it. So there's ways to do it. I just don't think this is the one. I do agree the need is there. I have been to Fort Chip. I understand what you're saying, and no one's arguing that it's not needed. It's just how it's put in place. I'm not a fan of pretty much any of these options, unfortunately.
Thanks, Councillor
I'll
Brent.
leave it at that.
Thanks, Councillor Brent. Councillor Boussier?
Am I allowed to ask Kendrick questions?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Just click your mic back on, Ken.
You've been a strong proponent of Indigenous business and supporting Indigenous business. So I'm curious why you wouldn't be more supportive of the option that gives the opportunity for a business or a business development for somebody?
I live and breathe Fort Chip, and I know that it's been a barrier for people, nations to collaborate and be on the same level. And I find that the silos are created in an isolated community, and they get very, very specific. And I just don't want it to be one-sided. I want it to be a community-driven project.
Yeah, me too. That's why I asked that. But I just think with what economic development, their discussion about Indigenous business development and procurement and all those things, that this is a real good opportunity, Kendrick, to support an Indigenous business taking this on. Like so I'm just wondering why. I'm not going to support this because I do believe option one is an opportunity to do that with some parameters, and I would like some work done with economic development if they're like for them to go up there. But I just think we could be missing an opportunity to support something that you've just so strongly advocated for. This is an easy win, I think, to do that. So I don't know what skills those or what tools maybe somebody needs, but that's ECDEV's job to find the support for that. So that's all. I just wasn't sure, Kendrick. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wong. I agree with you. Councillor Van de Kastian?
Yeah, good. Councillor Cardinal, I'm in agreement with the mayor and Luana. This is a great opportunity that we could build a business there. Someone can come with a hand up that says, I want to be the transportation in Fort Chip, and we could set them up. And if there's only one proponent that comes back to an RFP, well, there's our answer. We can work with ECDEV, we can work with whoever to set up, if we need training programs to get somebody a class 4, or class 4 is what they need. This is a great opportunity to do that instead of the municipality floating in there and solving a problem that perhaps someone in the community just needs a hand to do it themselves. I would agree with my colleagues that I think option 1 or even option 2 could be better to potentially stand up a nonprofit in Fort Chip where admittedly there are none. And I would hope we could potentially reconsider to move that to option 1 or 2.
Thanks, Councillor Van de Kastian. Councillor Boussier? Lance?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Through the chair to Kendrick, first question. Kendrick, when's the last time you had a reliable service up there?
Beanie, a reliable service. Cab, we had a cab company, which was Bill Tuckero. He passed away a couple of years ago, so it's been a couple of years since we had a reliable service there.
Okay, and the reason, unfortunately, he passed away?
Yeah.
Okay. I guess the question goes, through the chair, back to Keith or Dennis, is there any chance to go back and investigate the three options outside of status quo all at once? Like, the only reason I ask that is for it to be reliable, I think it's going to have to be managed by the RM. There's not a business case for any business to operate a transit service in Fort Chip and expect to make money. We're going to have to feed the contractor or our own staff to make it reliable. So can we go back and check the cost, like what it actually costs if we're going to do it ourselves to rent a van, outfit it for a year? And if we want to pay some other organization, if someone's up there willing to service the entire region of Fort Chip?
Through the chair, if we're directed by council to go back to the drawing board and really flesh out what it would cost to the dollar value for the municipality to run it, that is something that we can absolutely build a business case upon. As I mentioned before, there's a lot of other variables, that being driver availability, training, multitude of different things. The thing with the RFP was that essentially there's not much more that we could do to flesh out the cost of that. It's to put together a scope, put what we're expecting, and then cast that umbrella onto the community, and then they would come back and tell us what they could provide. So that's why we recommended that, because at the end of the day, providing a service in Fort Chipewyan, it would be very costly for the municipality. I do see driver availability being an issue, but again, this is, if we did the first option, again, a pilot, worked out, maybe we could do that into the future, but that's why we're recommending it.
And through the chair, with all due respect, Keith, there's not anybody going to take this on for 40 grand a year. Like, we pay, like, someone's going to have to go buy this van, outfit it, insure it, pay someone to do it. Like, I know the cost on the RM doing it is going to be much higher, it's going to be higher, but I don't think option one and option two, these quotes are anywhere near. I bet you're north of 150 to 200 with option one or two. Like, I don't understand why someone would take the risk when the reward, like, realistically, what kind of collection at the end of each day is going to, would you give 10 rides, 20 rides? Like, Kendrick, would you have any idea? Like, how the ridership?
Probably 20.
On a good day, probably.
Yep.
So I guess where I was going with this, Mayor, is it possible to direct admin to go back and?
Well, right now, just this motion would have to be defeated first, or he'd have to change it. But right now, we're debating motion number 3.
But if I may, Mayor, I don't think the intent is for someone, put this RFQ out there, they're going to make 40 grand, they're going to put in a bunch of capital and a bunch of drivers. I know the numbers wouldn't work out, but we listed there is a lot of entities in Fort Chipewyan that already has the infrastructure, the vehicles. There might be an opportunity to augment their existing operation versus a completely on its own operation. That's where we're going with that. Because at the beginning of the presentation, I think I mentioned 4 or 5 entities up there that already has this capacity. They have buses, they have if they have the resources. This would be an augmentation to their existing. That's the thought. If we could get transit, it wouldn't be a standalone. Or maybe someone might be up there, an entrepreneur, say, okay, we can get into this RFP, get into this work, but there's more work that we can take on. That's kind of where we're looking.
Thanks, Keith. Thanks, Councillor Boucher. Councillor Brandt. And just a reminder, we're debating option number 3 that's on table.
I understand we're debating option 3, but I think there's more to this that's not really being discussed. I don't really want to get into it. I understand that my council colleague is emotional about this, and rightfully so. I see better options, and I think that some things haven't been explored. I mean, we're just talking about option 3, so I'll talk about other things another time, but I think there's another option here that's viable, possible, that supports Indigenous businesses up there, that can be integrated into another service that's already there, but I'll save that for later.
Yeah, and I agree as well, Councilor Brand. I think there's probably something we could do besides this that would incorporate that, be community-led. Councilor Bussier?
Well, I know we're talking about option 3, but I want the information, so I would like to hear what you're thinking, because it helps me make a decision. Is that okay?
Yeah, we'll get through this some way.
Sorry. I look at things through a different lens than others sometimes. And like I said, it's from lived experience. There's multiple businesses out there. Like, why aren't we considering like the Northern Store that's already picking up deliveries from the airport and whatnot? Incorporate that aspect of the van. You can already use it for deliveries. That's a possibility. And then you do it on a voucher system. Right? If there's parameters in place, it's, hey, if you have to go and pick people up at the airport, you need to transport them to Archie Simpson, we'll give you a voucher for it. It just has to be, it has to be monitored properly. Because like I said, that's where I can see and envision fraud and abuse of a system. But if all the pieces are put in place, it's possible for any of these other companies. I mean, you've got Osita. You've got Acton. Like, these guys could put things in place. They already have vehicles moving around. It's the simplicity of providing them with the different type of vehicle that's required, an accessible van, using it for transport of goods and people, and then just creating a voucher system. It's cheap, it's inefficient, and there's already drivers hired to do these things. You just train them up on how to deal with people. Right? It's a viable, easy option that I think hasn't really been explored. We can get the community what it needs. They can get the places they need to go to, and it's just integrating systems that are already there. I don't know if this is something we can look at. I mean, we're already talking about multiple joint ventures that are up there. I just don't think that was looked at.
If I may, Mayor, maybe I didn't articulate option 1 properly, but essentially you just described option 1. So that is option 1, and I tried to, maybe I didn't get my point across to Councillor Bussier, but that's exactly the point. It would be some system that's existing up there this could be an augmentation to it.
No, I read it. I mean, we're talking like, the advantages. It promotes local entrepreneurship. We're already talking, that's a great idea. The flexibility in operations. If something's already in place, we already have drivers, like that's a possibility. Familiarity, we want locals that are already there. We don't want to have to hire a driver that's not from the community to have to be there. You want someone that knows everybody. I mean, it's a small community. I think everybody more or less knows everybody else. But the disadvantages, the startup challenges, that's if you're starting a new company, right? The regulatory burden, that's where I'm having an issue with it, is without a proper framework, and the accessibility vehicle risk. That's why I'm saying, if you're able to implement something or even subsidize the cost of that vehicle, a rental vehicle or whatnot, for one of these other companies to take it on. And then you already have someone driving around with a voucher system that allows them to do that.
Yep, exactly. And through the chair, to the point, that's exactly what option 1 would be. We would put out that RFQ and say, listen, community, this is the service we want to provide. This is the roundabout budgetary. This is what we need. You provide us what can be happen. And if the Northern Store says, hey, I want to bid on this, I have a vehicle, voucher system, I think you mentioned.
Yeah.
And then if it meets the regulatory requirements, and again, us being a municipality, we will ensure that all the steps are in place. And then that's the partnership. That's option 1. So thank you.
Yeah, it makes more sense to me. It's just, like I said, when the proper regulatory framework is put in place and those guardrails to prevent what I'm talking about. And I don't want to get into that aspect, but I see it as a possibility. So,
yes.
Yeah.
Thanks,
I hope that
Councilor
answers the questions.
It actually answers a whole bunch of questions, I think. Councilor Cardinal, you want closing statements and we'll vote?
Yeah, I got pretty emotional there because I kind of just put myself in the shoes of the disabled and see, trying to feel how maybe they're feeling, and that's what made me cry, because I feel, like I said, we're obligated to provide, and I think that we can make option 3 work. And for the residents in Fort Chipewyan, I want you to know that I went out to bat for you, and hopefully that I can convince my council colleagues to support this motion as it stands. And I'm hearing you, and I listen, and hopefully that I did good for you guys. So please support my motion. and we could make it work. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. I'll call for a vote. Councillor Marcel online. Against, thank you. Mike's. And that's defeated with 2 in favor. Does another councillor any councillor like to make another motion that was on the prevailing side?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Pardon me.
Councillor Marcel, go ahead.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion.
Perfect. Yep.
Okay, yeah, please.
For option number 1. The need is really needed in Port Chip, as Kendrick said. And I know option 3 is probably going to be overkill. I think it's going to cost the municipality a little bit too much, and the service might not be there at certain times, because when you hire someone an hourly rate, we know the evenings get left out, sometimes the weekends. So I think if we go with number 1, and just the numbers that you have there is way too low. I think you're gonna have to go to a better adjustment on the numbers with the cost of insurance, the cost of maintenance, the cost of gas, and Port Chip got to take all that into consideration. And I know somebody, Ty brought up to maybe get Nooney or the Northern or someone to take over. I don't think that's going to be that's going to work, because all the Northern has is a cube van to haul freight. Nooney's pretty busy. They only work till 4:30. So, but anyway, option 1. I guess we'll talk about this after.
Thank you, Councillor Marcel. Can I have someone second that? Councillor Cardinal second, thank you. And I think we already debated this enough, I believe, unless someone else would like to debate it more. Okay, sorry, Councillor Vardy, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I have a friendly amendment, but I'll let my colleague go first.
Okay, Councillor Cardinal, a friendly amendment?
Well, I'd like to add. I'd like to make it from 80 to 100,000 rather than the 50. I'd like to see if Councillor Marcel would be in favor of that for option 1, but the number to be 80,000 as opposed to 40, right?
Councillor Marcel?
I think we should bring it, might be more than 100. I think maybe we should bring it back to the...
Just let it come back first? Just let it
come back and see what it comes up with, yeah, because like I said, the cost of everything in Fort Chip is pretty high, and availability for vehicles and maintenance, and because I ran a cab business in Fort Chip for about 6 years, so I know there's quite a bit of cost.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Marcel. Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Vardy, you had something?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Councillor Marcel, I have a friendly amendment. I don't know where it goes, but I'd like to include that this is in collaboration with ECDEV. I know that their budget sometimes doesn't allow for travel and chip. However, if it's mandated by council, it'll become a priority. Would you be open to that amendment?
What was that? Sorry. What do you mean by ECDEV?
To have ECDEV. So I move that option 1 be approved and implemented as a 1-year trial, supported by public engagement and in collaboration with Fort McMurray with Buffalo Economic Development to gather community feedback. It just makes sure it makes sure that ECDEV is a part of this, so we can encourage those entrepreneurs to be able to utilize those. services.
Yeah, okay, yeah, perfect. That'll work.
Thanks, Councilor Vardy, and thanks, Councilor Marcel. Councilor Bussier?
My only concern is if a contractor isn't interested in working with ACDEV on this, like feels well enough established. But I guess mine is just to CAO. I just want this not to sit with procurement for 6 months. If you could make this move, in the 6 months I've been sitting here, Councillor Cardinal has asked and asked and asked and asked for various things, and things get bogged down. So if this could be a priority, getting it through procurement, that would be fantastic.
Understood.
Hey, thanks, Councilor Bussier. Thanks, CEO. So I'll call for a vote. Online in favor? Thanks, Councilor Marcel. We'll have to vote by show of hands. Everything system is locked. So in favor? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. And someone let Councillor Allen know to rejoin. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Next, we have the Regional Heritage Update. I'd like to invite Community Services to introduce report.
Like I'm ready for that. So I think I'm ready for that.
Whenever you're ready. Oh, wait, everybody's here. Whenever you're ready, Tony.
For the record, my name is Tony Elliott, Director of Community Services, and joining me this evening are Janelle Fleury, Manager of Community Partnerships and Initiatives, and Tara Brenneis, the Supervisor for Recreation and Culture. Joining us virtually, I believe, is Lauren Wheeler, Strategic Services Director with the Alberta Museums Association, or the AMA. Together, we're here to provide an update on the 3 heritage assets in our region: Heritage Village, Heritage Shipyard, and the Fort Chipewyan Bicentennial Museum. I'll begin with a brief recap of how we arrived here and where we are today. At a special council meeting on September 18th, 2025, the municipality assumed stewardship of Heritage Village and Heritage Shipyard, owned by the Fort McMurray Heritage Society. The Society's Board of Directors is currently in the process of dissolution, a process that is estimated to take at least another 3 months. On November 28, 2025, the municipality also accepted a temporary right of entry agreement from the Provincial Historic Resources Management Branch to preserve the Fort Chipewyan Bicentennial Museum following the dissolution of the Fort Chipewyan Historical Society.
I will now give an update in more detail on the Fort McMurray Heritage Village and Shipyard. At this time, both sites are currently closed to the public following closure of the society. The municipality owns the land on which both Heritage Village and Heritage Shipyard are located. Following dissolution of the society, ownership of the assets and the collection will transfer to the RMWB as stated in the society bylaws and within the stewardship agreement. Both sites require clear governance and long-term sustainability. Operating a museum is a specialized service area that requires defined service levels, appropriate expertise, and well-resourced operating model. While the Fort McMurray Heritage Society continues the process of dissolution in 2026, administration has prepared operating models for future consideration for the 2027 operating year.
Turning to Fort Chipewyan. On October 16, 2025, the province terminated its lease agreement with the Fort Chipewyan Historical Society, following the society being dissolved from the Alberta Corporate Registry, subsequent disconnection of utilities, and the museums closer to the public. The province holds title to the land where the Fort Chipewyan Bicentennial Museum is located. Under the temporary right of entry agreement, the municipality has sole access to inspect and secure the site, reconnect utilities, work with Alberta Museums Association to inventory and conserve the collection, advise the province of immediate priorities. Utilities were restored and the building secured in November of 2025. At this time, the municipality does not have permission to reopen the museum, and legal ownership of the collection remains unclear following the Society's dissolution. Future direction for operations requires ongoing coordination with the community of Fort Chipewyan, the province, the Alberta Museums Association, and the Archives Society of Alberta, among other agencies. Key considerations include municipal exposure, collection and asset ownership, appropriate governance structure, partnership opportunities, community needs, and results of the baseline assessment.
Last month, administration met in person with representatives of the Alberta Museums Association visiting Heritage Village and the Fort Chipewyan Bicentennial Museum. Across both sites, the findings were consistent. Storage areas are cramped, overfilled, and disorganized, increasing the risk of damage or loss. Conservation work and environmental monitoring are difficult under current conditions. There is significant backlog in collections management, including items waiting accessioning, cataloging, and de-accessioning, and overall, there is a limited understanding of the full scope of the collections. To address this, the Alberta Museums Association strongly recommended conducting an inventory project while both museums remain closed. This would ensure all items are properly documented, photographed, labeled, and stored according to museum standards. Completing this work would require 2 new dedicated staff supported by volunteers where appropriate.
Next steps for the Fort McMurray Heritage Village and Fort McMurray Heritage Shipyard. Operating a museum is a specialized service, and doing it well requires clear governance, defined service levels, the right expertise, and a stable operating model. These principles are guiding our planning for 2027 and beyond. The Fort McMurray Heritage Society is still in the process of dissolution. As recommended by the Alberta Museums Association, it is best to allow this process to conclude before reopening to support a smooth transition of ownership and reduce potential liability. In the meantime, administration has developed municipal operating models for Council's consideration for the 2027 operating year. Administration is proposing a spring 2027 reopening for Heritage Village. This timing allows the Heritage Society to complete its dissolution, ensures a clear transfer of ownership to the municipality, and provides the time needed to complete a full inventory of the collection as recommended by the Alberta Museums Association. Conducting the inventory project while the museum is closed gives staff full access to the collection, supports safe handling, and provides the controlled environment needed to meet professional museum standards, something that is very difficult to achieve during regular public operations. Most importantly, it ensures we are fully prepared to reopen the site safely, responsibly, and with a clear plan for long-term operations. A helpful way to think about the inventory project is to compare it to buying a house. Before taking ownership, you complete a home inspection so you understand exactly what you're taking on. The inventory project is the museum's equivalent of that inspection. It allows us to clearly understand what we have, the condition of the collection, and what will be required to steward it responsibly once the municipality assumes ownership. Lastly, administration is procuring consultations to complete facility condition assessments. Administration commits to returning to Council later this year with an update on the progress of the inventory project, an update on the proposed Collections Management Committee, and other important progress. Turning to Fort Chipewyan, our next steps include identifying ownership of Fort Chipewyan Museum's collection and archives, This work presents a meaningful opportunity to reconsider the museum's future direction in a way that supports Indigenous leadership, community voice, and culturally appropriate stewardship.
We want to thank and acknowledge the Alberta Museums Association for their support and guidance through this time, as well as our collaborating departments internally. This concludes our updates, and we're happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Councillor Scott.
Thanks for the presentation, and thank you, Mayor. Do we have folks qualified to preserve the collection in both of the sites that we're talking about? I know that's a specialized talent.
Through the chair to Councillor Scott, with the guidance of the Alberta Museums Association, we feel that we could do it in a qualified manner. And often communities rely on volunteer support as well. So as long as the practices are in place for safe handling, then it can be conducted.
And are you in a position to say what the long-term recommendation is? Would it be municipal ownership and oversight of these two sites going forward, or would it be some other structure?
For the Fort McMurray sites, it is the long-term recommendation that it remain in municipal ownership.
Okay, and the one in Fort Chipewyan?
Unfortunately, at this time, we're not able to determine a recommendation for Fort Chipewyan. We have a lot of exploration to do around just the collection ownership to begin with.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Councillor Vardy.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Through the chair, can you expand a little bit on the Collection Management Committee? Is that a council committee? Is it an administration committee with some experts? Can you educate me, please?
Through the chair to Councillor Vardy, I may lean on our colleague online for an answer to this as well, but our understanding is that other communities have enacted a collections committee comprised of community members. It's not necessarily governed by a bylaw because the committee follows museum standards. And so they would just be in place to ensure that as we're taking in items into the collection or as we're disposing of items out of the collection, that they understand that it's adhering to the collection's mandate. And I invite Lauren online, if she's with us, to elaborate.
Hello. As Janelle has said, that is the purpose of a collections management committee. It would include representatives from various parts of the community to ensure that there is a fair and unbiased perspective on what is being presented for potential acquisition or for deaccessioning. It also allows the municipality to maintain an arm's length from what is happening with kind of the day-to-day of the collection and the museum itself. It is also how you help build community engagement and a sense of ownership in a site that goes beyond simply visitorship and into a more active role.
Thank you, Lauren. I appreciate it. And just the makeup of the committee, I'm assuming, and I hope that I'm right, that there'll be rural representation specifically from Fort Chip on this committee?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Jill.
Thanks, Councillor Varney. Councillor Bussier, Luana.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Sorry, can you repeat that about the committee? I'm a little bit confused. It's a community committee?
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier's, I look to Lauren again for some expertise on the governance, but our understanding is that it isn't established through a municipal bylaw, that it would be serving as somewhat of an advisory committee made of community members, and they would advise specifically on the collection. So not on the operations of the museums day to day, but on the accessioning and deaccessioning of the collection of the artifacts.
But who's appointing the members?
I'll ask Lauren for her expertise on that.
There's a few different ways that the committee members could be struck. It could be treated similarly to a board for a nonprofit society where you ask people for nominations and have a nominations and vetting process. It could be set up so that there are very specific roles that need to be filled. For example, one seat on the committee is for rural, one is for urban, there's a youth seat, there's a Indigenous seat. And again, using a process that would work with the governance structure that the municipality establishes, you fill those positions.
So we're filling them?
It could be administration directed to fulfill the recruitment of that and the appointment, or it is up to council's purview in the future that if they wish to appoint, that they could take that role.
So when is the decision being made around, like, I'm not okay with a committee that doesn't include Torchy, full stop. So
neither are we.
Oh, okay.
And that's the first parameter.
What's that?
That's the first parameter.
Well, I mean, I don't
agree.
want to
Yeah,
lose
I do.
our expertise in
100%.
all of this. And so I also don't want to lose control with how anything is structured. So I'm not really clear who she is or where she comes from, but it's our say to set this up.
Yes. So Lauren is with the Alberta Museums Association.
Okay.
She has the expertise on recognized museum programs. So she's been guiding us with our exploration of
But no
models.
authority as a society that I'm just trying to understand. She's an expert and is offering like consulting or expertise. It's not that because of the situation we're accountable to them or we have to answer to them about the collection or none of that.
The Fort McMurray Heritage Village and the Shipyard are a recognized museum. They are part of that program, so they have museum status right now.
Right.
So we're accountable to the museum standards as a part of that program.
Okay.
And the recommendation, as Lauren mentioned, is to have that committee in place that can have that unbiased perspective. It also allows us that opportunity that you spoke about that's very important, where we may not have the same administrative knowledge that the community has. And so bring in those experts from the community to stay involved and play a role.
Okay. And the committee is in the process of being dissolved, so it's not dissolved yet?
The society is in the process of
Society,
dissolution.
sorry.
Yep.
Yeah.
They have not submitted their dissolution paperwork.
Oh, it's not submitted yet. All right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Boussier. Councilor Cardinal?
Thanks, Mayor. With the dissolution papers, does it state that the municipality be the, okay, because does Fort Chip have that same option?
So through the chair to the question, Fort McMurray Heritage Society did have within their bylaws that when they dissolved, that the RMWB would become the owner of the assets at Heritage Shipyard and Heritage Village. The Fort Chippewan Historical Society did not have such provisions in their bylaws, so that's why that ownership is more in question for the assets in Fort Chippewan. There is no provisions within their bylaws upon dissolution.
And we don't have a timeline with that, eh?
Through the chair,
Fort Chippewan?
we do not.
Do we have an indication for the one in Heritage Village, Heritage Society, and Fort McMurray?
Through the chair, the report noted that we expect that to be submitted within the next 3 months.
Okay. Can we even talk about why there was a dissolution?
For Fort Chippewan?
For both? Well, I know the public knows about the Heritage Society in Fort McMurray, but maybe we can educate the public about the Fort Chippewan one.
We're, through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, we're only aware that the corporate registry provided a notice of dissolution to the Fort Chippewan Society, but we can't speak to the reason for why.
Okay, and then obviously you stated in your presentation that the province owns the property in Fort Chippewan, and we're just the service provider at this point?
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, we are granted entry to provide a very small scope of service in maintaining the collection and inventorying that collection, but not to provide any services to the community as a proxy to the museum.
Okay, and maybe one of the other things I'd asked before was fire hazard wise, just for public awareness. I kind of wanted maybe you to elaborate a little bit on that and educate them for that, for Fort Chip.
Currently, it's under, it's being watched by the municipal office in Fort Chippewan, so they're regularly checking on the safety of the site. We are working with our facility services team to have them conduct a condition assessment, and that will come back with recommendations for things like Fire Smart and SEPTED that we had talked about.
And I guess in the spirit of reconciliation, you've been talking to the nations in Fort Chip?
Correct. Yes, we have been engaged with the nations in Fort Chip with regards to the museum, and they have expressed their interest in supporting in the future however they can in this endeavor.
Is it, are they open to having a fair amount of positions on a not-for-profit board?
We haven't discussed the composition of a board yet. We're not in a position to have that discussion until we understand who owns the collection, but they have said that they would be wanting to be interested in supporting a future state of the museum.
Perfect. I'd support three nations working together. I won't support one nation taking over it. I'd support three nations and then community. Thanks.
Thanks, Councilor Cardinal. Councilor Busiek.
Thank you. Has there been any discussion about Heritage Society not dissolving? Like, I recognize we're all well aware of the problems, but has there been any discussion about working in collaboration? I mean, they've...
Through the chair to Councillor Bousier's, before the stewardship agreement was awarded or approved by council in September, there were some discussions about that. I don't think that there's an appetite from that board to maintain a nonprofit status without running any operations. We also have spoken to other municipalities through Alberta that have taken over the operation of museums and become aware that when the society stays in place, it does make the ownership of the collection very difficult to ascertain, as sometimes the society may want to maintain some of those assets or some ownership of pieces of the collection. So it makes ownership tricky.
I'm not talking about the municipality owning it. I'm talking about, okay, there was problems. They were identified, funding was stopped. The board's been worked with, Tara went in, and lifting the board to carry on, to move forward, like a lesson learned, and they're going to do things differently. And that the answer is not that it come back in-house, that the supports be provided to the Heritage Society so they don't have to dissolve. Like, was it explored as an option?
Yes, it was. I understand your question, and they were not interested to move forward with that option. There's liability on that board of directors in continuing, and they felt that there was challenges to overcome now in seeking future funding.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Busiek. Councilor Scott.
Yeah, thanks again, Mayor. I just wanted to acknowledge that Torchy Payton is here and that he's been instrumental in protecting the heritage of this community, and I just wanted to thank him for all his hard work. And just to administration, I understand that Torchy has been consulted pretty heavily. Is that a formalized arrangement or is that informal? And you anticipate that continuing? He's obviously the best source of a lot of information for a lot of the artifacts that we have in this region.
Yeah, I would say it's informal. We're very lucky and grateful to Torchy to have a relationship with us, and I don't know if I'm allowed, but if you want to invite him out to speak on his own behalf, we'd be happy to hear from him.
And he volunteered to be on the committee. No, he volunteered. That's how I read it. When you say something like that, you're volunteering somebody. If council doesn't have any other questions, do we have any delegates? Can someone make the motion? Councilor Busiek?
Would Torchy like to come up? And I know you're a man of few words, Torchy, but did you want to come up? Okay. No, that's good. Thanks, Torchy.
Hit the button there, George. There you go.
Okay.
Yeah, without reiterating everything Councillor Scott said, we do appreciate everything you've done and stuck around, and we've been on conversations. You've been somewhere on holidays, and I've tracked you down to to dig up the dirt. So thank you for always being accessible and knowledgeable and helping us out all the time, Torch. Really appreciate that. Councillor, any questions for Mr. Beaton? Councillor Cardinal?
I did. I got thanks, Torchy. I just sent you a friend request on Facebook. But I guess question is how important it is to preserve the artifacts, and how important it is for you to be sitting on this board and be a community advocate for this region.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I think history is important for any area. I don't know what to say other than we have some of the greatest history in northeastern Alberta here, including Fort Chip and McMurray. It dates back a lot longer than what people think or know. And I think it's really important that we try and share that with our community and with our province and our country. And I can't say enough. I will do whatever I possibly can to make sure that happens. I'll do whatever.
Thank you. We appreciate all you do.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Does Council have any other questions for Mr. Beaton? Your mic's still on.
Yeah, I know. That's why I was supposed to go ahead. Obviously, just want to thank you, Torchy. I know this has been incredibly hard for you. So thank you.
Thank you, Luana. Thank you for your help and your family's help and helping us with that park. And I can't say enough here, and I like to share it with you people, that during all the development of that park and both parks, the people that donated time and money and equipment is unbelievable. I don't want to mention names because I'd be here all night, but the turnout was just incredible from this community in support of those parks. It's just, I can't say enough.
Thank you, Mr. Beaton.
Okay, thank you.
Can I have someone make the motion? Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Worship. It's my pleasure to move that the regional heritage update be accepted as information and that operations for heritage assets be presented to Council for consideration in Q3 2026.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Thanks, Councillor Brandt, for the second. Does Council have any comments, questions, or debate points before we vote? I'm not seeing any. I'll go Councillor Cardinal. Always late on the light. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, Mayor. No, I just want to say thank you to the staff as well for all the hard work that's been put into this, and I appreciate everything, and I'll be supporting the motion as it stands, and great work. Thanks. I don't know about all the other departments, but they're all pretty good. But man, you guys set the bar pretty high, so thank you.
So, Councillor Cardinal, call for a vote in favor online. Thank you, Councillor Marcel, in favor. Oh, Don's out, so in favor. Everybody might be out. Councillor Cardinal's in favor. We do a vote by hands. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. And thank you, Janelle. Thanks, Tony. Tara. And thanks, Tony, as well. Move on to item 10.1, Councillor's motion. That's Councillor Cardinal read his motion. Ten 10.1.
Thank you, everyone. I, Councillor Kendrick Cardinal, move that administration work with Wood Buffalo Sport Connection to explore the reinstatement of the Fort dog sled races, whereas it'll be deadly.
Thanks for a second, Councillor Van de Castian. Council have any questions? Council, besides deadly? Councillor Boussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Through the chair to admin or to Councillor Cardinal, I don't even know if that's the mandate of Wood Buffalo Sport Connect.
It's to go, so I can answer this myself just by Wood Buffalo Sport Connection. It's one of its things is to go out and find sporting events and bring it back. So I think they could actually, with the help of economic development, actually do that. I think that's actually, to be honest, when Councillor Cardinal first brought this motion up, I was kind of like, it's not really our lane to be in. But when you get Wood Buffalo Sport Connect, for them to go out and find a provider, find something to bring it back, then I think it's something we could. I would support that as being dog sled races being as a sport.
Yeah,
community services was also laid on the.
It was first it was us as a municipality or Winterplay to take it over, but then I spoke with an administration and they supported me and believed that this was a better option.
So, Tony, do you have something to add to that?
Yeah, through the chair to the question. Wood Buffalo Sport Connection, sport. It's been the name changed, but it does have the mandate to provide support for single sport events. The municipality does more in the multi-sport gaming world, so this does meet the mandate for that organization for single sport.
Okay, I talked to them and they said it wasn't their mandate, so I think there's some confusion. I just talked to the lady, Carly, the other day. So, okay, no, it's not a problem. I just thought it'd be more maybe Mush McMurray or those folks that have done that type of work. But I fully supported Kendrick. I mean, I think we used to have them a long time ago.
Yeah, I think it'd be great.
And then they disappeared so I'll support it. I just didn't know if we had the right agency or to work with, but okay, thanks.
Maybe would you be open to an amendment to actually include
economic development?
Well, Sport Connection actually works with ECDEV, so
yeah,
we need to add that. But I'm just wondering that Mushers group, is that still active in the community?
I don't even know.
Councillor Boussier?
Yeah, like it's not our job to start dictating what agencies do. Like we have no idea what Wood Buffalo Sport Connection set out for their work plan this year. Like at St. Aidan's, I worked with seniors. It doesn't mean I want municipal government setting up a program for me on seniors. Like it's just a huge overstep. Like we don't get to tell agencies what to do. Like, it's one thing if they're ECDEV or, like, it's a whole other if it's a random nonprofit. Like, we don't get to do this, people. Like, what? No, we don't. Like, we're going to just tell the food bank, here, you're going to set up a Wednesday lunch. Like, this is what this is akin to. Like, Wood Buffalo Sport Connection sets their own plans by their board. Like, and McMurray Mushers, if they exist, like, they have a say in this. So, I mean, maybe that administration find a partner to collaboratively work with, but am I the only one that's not okay with this?
No, I recommended Winterplay, but
same point,
right? Okay.
Well, unless it's
it's the rec, right? Anyways, that was
like
that's who I recommended.
Superstore.
That's who I recommended because Winterplay is a part of our operations, right? So that's why.
So that would just be administration.
Yeah, that's why I recommended Winterplay. But then administration came back and said, "Get Sport Connection to do it. It's not our obligation to do it. It's a liability, right?" So. Can I offer a friendly amendment? Sure.
That administration work collaboratively with potential community partners to explore. Does that work? Okay. Is that okay with you, Kendrick?
No, I'm okay with it. I just want to see the dog races come back to Fort Chip and Fort McMurray and bring the community together. Yeah.
Yeah.
Put a timeline on it.
Well, what timeline?
3 months.
By the end of Q3.
I asked for 2028.
Oh, well, okay.
Well, that was my original motion, was to bring it back in have it ready for 2028.
Like
so
Q3.
right, I wanted
went to the Don
like a
Scott
whole year and
School.
a half for them to plan to be able to get it in motion rather than just giving them.
Okay, so the amended motion now is the administration work collaboratively with community partners to explore the reinstatement of the Fort to Fort dog sled races, whereas it be deadly.
By the end of Q3. Like they can report back on if there's partners that are willing, or is it going to require more municipal resources? Look at Donnie. Big Daddy's all proud of me.
So Q3 was when? September? Right? That's a long time. Right?
You just had 2028. I
Well,
moved to
why is it
Q3. Now
already?
it's too long.
There's a lot coming in Q3. Like, can we push, if his, can I debate?
Yeah,
Wonderful.
Motion's already on the floor.
Great. If the intended motion is until 2028, can we give administration a little bit of time? We talk a lot about priority checking. Is this a priority? We're talking about dog sled races for winter play in 2028. Let's give them a little bit of breathing room.
Are you okay with Q4, Councillor Cardinal? Okay, Q4. Councillor Cardinal?
Okay, before
Q4.
I'd like to read the motion. Okay. I mean, you read the motion? Who's reading the motion?
It's right in front of you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. I, Councillor Kendra Cardinal, move that administration work collaboratively with community partners to explore the reinstatement of the Fort to Fort dog sled races with a report back in Q4 2026, whereas it'll be deadly.
Okay, so he doesn't have to say, will it be deadly again? Can we vote? I'll call for a vote. Councillor Marcel? Deadly. Thanks. And that's carried unanimously. Thanks, everyone. Thanks for tonight's meeting. Marcy Cho, Kenos Compton, and it is 10:27.